Chapter 941. It's really Yichun. Yichun is here. The first to arrive were a few life and death sword kings. Of course, besides Sky Sword were some powerful sword artists who didn't know what was going on. They didn't have extravagant hopes of comprehending sword domain, because the birth of sword domain required a heaven-grade martial art as a foundation. However, sword domain could improve their sword arts. The first 6 floors could be passed without sword domain. The 4th floor was a master-grade sword art, the 5th floor was a half-step king-grade sword art, and the 6th floor was equivalent to a peak sword, art below life and death realm. Each floor was more difficult than the last, and was quite challenging. He's Yichun. The arrival of Yichun and a few life and death sword kings immediately attracted everyone's attention. A few reacted the fastest and immediately recognized Yi Chen's identity. They had seen Yi Chen's portrait before. Yi Chen has also come to the sword world. This is big news. How many floors do you think he'll reach? Everybody discussed in low voices. Marquis Sword Snow came here a while ago and seemed to have reached the 10th floor, reaching the peak of the 1st layer. This Yi Chen's sword domain is more or less the same as Marquis Sword Snow's. I reckon he'll also reach the 10th floor. 7th to 10th floors corresponded to the 1st layer of sword domain. The heavenly sword was protected by an incorporeal barrier. At this moment, the barrier flickered, and an ancient character appeared. 7. Marquis Sword Star has reached the 7th floor. Reaching the 7th floor meant that one had comprehended sword domain, which held great significance. Wood Sword King, it seems like our Sky Sword continent has another person who has comprehended sword domain. A long-bearded sword king among the life and death sword kings said with a smile. Marquis Sword Star's talent in the sword Dao is extraordinary. It's only a matter of time before he comprehends sword domain. A middle-aged sword king carrying a wooden sword on his back said. 8. After a while, another ancient character appeared on the invisible barrier. 8. So shocking. Passing 2 floors and reaching the 8th floor. Everyone was astonished. Back then, when Marquis Sword Snow comprehended sword domain, he could only reach the 7th layer on his first attempt. However, Marquis Sword Star could reach the 8th layer. However, everyone knew that Marquis Sword Star had already become a life and death king. A life and death king who comprehended sword domain should be able to display the full might of sword domain. However, when Marquis Sword Snow comprehended sword domain, he was not even in life and death realm. Look, Marquis Sword Star has reached the 9th floor. Someone called out, "This is too ridiculous." The 7th level represented the initial comprehension of the sword domain. The 8th level represented the mastery of the sword domain. The 9th level represented the late stage of the 1st level, and the 10th level represented the peak of the 1st level. With his sword domain reaching the late stage of the 1st layer, Marquis Sword Star's battle prowess had definitely risen by a large margin. Buzz. The 9th layer was already the late stage of the 1st layer. Soon, the invisible barrier rippled, and a figure walked out. It was Marquis Sword Star. When Marquis Sword Star saw Yi Chun, he froze for a moment before his lips curled up. He had finally comprehended sword domain as well. Moreover, after accumulating so much, he had instantly reached the late stage of the 1st layer. Congratulations, Yi Chun said to Marquis Sword Star. You're also going to challenge the sword world. Marquis Sword Star originally planned to leave, but now he wanted to see how many layers Yi Chun could reach. The name of the sword world resounds like thunder in my ears, so I naturally want to give it a try. As he spoke, Yi Chun walked toward the invisible barrier and entered it. Inside the invisible barrier was nothing but a light gate. Yi Chun walked toward the light gate, but his body was immediately repelled by a powerful repulsive force. However, his consciousness still rushed in. The first layer of the sword world. It was a martial stage. On the stage, Yi Chen's consciousness turned from illusory to solid, turning into a unique consciousness projection. He held a sword in his hand, looking nothing special. In front of him, an expressionless swordsman with an aura as powerful as his own appeared. Qi. This swordsman made his move. The sword in his hand trembled, and thousands of sword flowers filled the air, covering Yi Chen. Yi Chen was shocked to discover that, apart from sword arts, this swordsman's cultivation base and sword intent were exactly the same as his. There was no difference at all. Of course, cultivation base and sword intent were only the hardware of a swordsman. Sword arts were the embodiment of lethality. With a flash of golden light, Yi Chen's sword cut open his opponent's body. He only used the ordinary vibrational sword arts, and then, with his precise eyesight, he followed the opponent's flaws and attacked. After passing the first layer, Yi Chen arrived at the second layer. The second layer's opponents became two. Moreover, the sword arts they used were different from the first layers, but their might was more or less the same. Still using the ordinary vibrational sword arts, Yi Chen killed 2 people with 1 slash. The third layer had 4. The fourth layer had 8. The sixth layer had 32. From the first to the sixth layer, there were a total of 63 swordsmen, displaying 63 different sword arts. Every single sword art was not weak. If it were another Peak King, they would definitely die under the chaotic swords. Moreover, Yi Chen discovered that in the sword world, Zhan Yuan couldn't be released outside. They could only fight with their swords. This was very advantageous for the challengers, because once Xin Yuan could be released outside, the opponent's cultivation base and sword intent would not be weaker than his. If they worked together, no one would be able to pass through the 6th layer. Even the 5th layer would be difficult. After all, defensive artifacts couldn't be used in the sword world. After passing through the 6th layer, Yi Chen arrived at the 7th layer. The number of opponents on the 7th layer had shockingly increased to 100. 100 swordsmen with similar cultivation and sword intent was a very frightening thing. Fortunately, no one could release Zhan Yuan outside. They could only injure each other at close range. Without using the sword domain, Yi Chen wanted to test his limits and see if he could pass through the 7th layer without using the sword domain. The battle began. Yi Chen killed 4 swordsmen as soon as he came up. There was no blood, only a bright sword light flickering in the void. 10, 30, 60, 80. By the time he killed 80, Yi Chen was already drenched in sweat. Because everyone could only fight at close range, there were at most a dozen swordsmen who could approach Yi Chen at a time. However, these swordsmen were not afraid of death. After one batch died, another batch would come. The speed at which they were replenished was extremely fast. There was no time for one to react. Often, one would have to deal with new swordsmen when one's old strength was exhausted. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's outstanding sword arts and the fact that he had just comprehended orbit kill, it would be impossible for Yi Chen to kill 80 swordsmen without using the sword domain. And this was almost his limit. 81st, 85th. By the time he killed 85th swordsman, Yi Chen was finally unable to block the attacks of the last 15 swordsmen. He decisively used the sword domain and used the sword laws to distort the trajectory of the swordsman's attacks. Puff, 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 puff. With the sword domain protecting his body, it was much easier for him to kill the remaining 15 sword artists without any effort at all, passing through the 7th floor. 8th layer. The number of swordsmen had increased by several times, reaching 300. However, for Yi Chen, there was no difference between 300 and 100 swordsmen. His sword domain had already reached the peak of the 2nd layer. How could 300 swordsmen be enough? After easily passing through the 8th layer, Yi Chen arrived at the 9th layer. Outside, Yi Chen has also reached the 9th layer. I wonder if he will stop at the 9th layer, like Marquis Swordstar. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The discussion didn't last long before the ancient 10 character flashed on the invisible barrier. 10th layer, this should be your limit. Sword domain is not that easy to raise. Moreover, you've never trained in the sword world before. Yi Chen reaching the 10th layer was still within Marquis Swordstar's tolerance. In any case, the other party had comprehended sword domain before him and reached the 10th layer. Being 1 layer higher than him didn't mean anything, as he would be able to catch up very quickly. If Yi Chen couldn't even pass the 9th layer, Marquis Swordstar would be disappointed instead. Wouldn't it be meaningless if the opponent didn't have enough strength? This Yi Chen is amazing. We were born in Sky Sword Continent, so we have an innate advantage. He is only a sword artist of True Spirit Continent, but not only is his talent exceptional, he is also the first to enter life and death realm. His attainment in sword domain is not any lower than Marquis Sword Snow's. In my opinion, the top 3 sword geniuses are none other than him. Wood Sword King nodded. I'm more optimistic about Marquis Sword Snow. He has yet to enter life and death realm, but once he does, his sword domain might break through to the 2nd layer. Right, let's see if Yi Chen can pass the 10th layer and reach the 11th layer. If he can, it means that his attainment in sword domain is on par with Marquis Sword Snow. If he can't, it means that his previous accumulation has been used up and he needs to accumulate strength again. Just like Marquis Swordstar's accumulation, he managed to reach the 9th layer. Subconsciously, the life and death sword kings were more optimistic about Marquis Sword Snow. After all, Marquis Sword Snow was from Sky Sword Continent, and his talent in Sword Dao was indeed frightening. The 10th layer had the same number of sword artists as the 9th layer, 1,000. What was important was not the quantity, but the fact that the 10th floor's sword artists also had sword domain. Although it was the weakest sword domain, not even reaching the early 1st layer, the difference between having sword domain and not having sword domain was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison. Therefore, Yi Chen had to spend quite a bit of effort to kill them. The opponent's sword domain was weakening his sword domain. Puff! After killing the last sword artist, Yi Chen smoothly passed the 10th layer. 11th layer. The outside world was in an uproar. The difference between the 10th and 11th layer was like heaven and earth. The 10th layer was the peak of the 1st layer, while the 11th layer was the 2nd layer. The difficulty was 10 times higher. Marquis Swordstar's breathing paused. According to Master, the 11th layer still has 1,000 sword artists, but the sword domain is at the 1st layer. Even if Yi Chen's sword domain is at the 2nd layer, it won't be easy to pass. He won't be able to pass this layer. If the gap wasn't too big, Marquis Swordstar had the confidence to catch up. But if the gap was too big, it wouldn't be easy. Just as Marquis Swordstar had said, the sword domain of the 1,000 sword artists had indeed reached the 1st layer. Back when Yi Chen fought Marquis Sword Snow, he was also at this level. But now, he had to deal with 1,000. Although these sword artists couldn't release their Zhen Yuan, their long-range attacks were still extremely frightening. A dozen sword artists surrounded Yi Chen and used sword domain to weaken Yi Chen's sword domain. Die! Yi Chen's sword appeared and disappeared mysteriously, killing the first batch of sword artists. Chapter 942. 1,000 sword artists were divided into groups of 12, and Yi Chen had to deal with 60 to 70 groups. There was no gap between the groups. The consciousness of all the sword artists seemed to be connected as one. Before the former could be killed, the latter would have already taken their place, forming an endless cycle of battle. Under such circumstances, sword arts and movement arts were useless. The only thing that could be used was sword domain, using sword domain to distort the trajectory of the opponent's sword. Leaving them vulnerable, Yi Chen could easily kill them without much effort. Puff! The sword light flashed like lightning, and the last sword artist fell down. 12th floor. The hearts of the spectators fiercely twitched, and Marquis Sword Star tightly clenched his fists. The sword artists of the 12th floor had sword domain at mid-first layer realm. Without any exaggeration, even a peak sword king without sword domain would not be the opponent of these sword artists. Of course, this did not mean that Yi Chen could fight 1,000 peak sword kings alone. The main issue was that he only had a dozen sword artists at a time, and none of them could release their Zhen Yuan and use sword qi to injure the enemy. He didn't even release his sword domain to the limit, and it was only about 70 to 80%. However, under such circumstances, the sword artists close to Yi Chen couldn't injure Yi Chen in the slightest. Their swords would either miss or collide, creating dazzling sparks. Sword after sword, Yi Chen seemed to be harvesting rice straws, cutting one after another. Heavens! He reached the 13th floor. Beside the heavenly sword, the spectators saw the numbers flashing on the barrier and cried out in alarm. The 11th floor was the initial stage of the first layer, the 12th floor was the mid-stage, and the 13th floor was the late stage. Yi Chen had entered the life and death realm not even half a year ago, but his sword domain had already advanced from the first layer to the late stage of the second layer. This kind of improvement speed was simply incomprehensible. Wood Sword King and the other Sword Kings also held their breaths and exchanged glances. When he arrived at the 13th level, Yi Chen finally felt a little strenuous. It wasn't that he couldn't handle it, it was just that he wasn't as calm as before. The swordsmen surrounding him had reached the late stage of the first level of sword domain, and it was slightly counteracting his sword domain. Yi Chen's advantage was gradually shrinking. What happened? The place where the Sky Sword was located was the holy land of the Sky Sword continent. There would be people rushing over at all times. Those who had just arrived did not understand the situation and asked, "Yi Chen is challenging the sword world." Someone answered, "How many levels have you challenged the sword world? Have you passed the 10th level? It's already the 13th floor." What? All kinds of answers were the same and repeated. The 13th floor was a high ground. Yi Chen stood at the highest point of the high ground. Below him, swordsmen surged up like a tide. They were like ants returning to their nest, advancing wave after wave. Sword light crisscrossed, and figures moved. All of the swordsmen collapsed without exception, dissipating into nothingness. 13th floor cleared. Upon reaching the 14th floor, Yi Chen's strenuous effort increased by several folds. According to common sense, this was already Yi Chen's limit. This was because the 14th floor represented the peak of the second layer of sword domain. If he wanted to pass the 14th floor, he would have to reach the third layer of sword domain. Otherwise, it would be impossible. However, Yi Chen didn't plan to stop here. His goal in challenging the sword world was to break through to the third layer of sword domain. Once he obtained the third layer of sword domain, his battle strength would surpass 4 stars and reach 5 stars. In the future, he would no longer be powerless against titled monarchs like Nirvana Demon Emperor. On the 14th floor, Yi Chen finally revealed all his cards, no longer being careless. Kill! Wave after wave of swordsmen collapsed, and several faint sword scars appeared on Yi Chen's body. These sword scars were caused by the sharp chi flow of swords. Although they didn't directly hit him, they were still extremely dangerous. A slight carelessness would result in a sword strike. Perhaps a slight deviation might not be enough to kill him. However, he wasn't facing a single swordsman, but countless swordsmen. If he was hit once, he wouldn't be able to escape a second time. The 14th floor of Sword World is indeed the limit of the second layer of Sword Domain. I've only killed 500 or 600 people, but I can't hold on any longer. Yi Chen's Sword Domain was extremely powerful, but it also had a limit. When dozens of swordsmen at the peak of the first layer attacked him at the same time, it was hard to avoid some openings. Fortunately, Yi Chen's soul was 10 times stronger than ordinary life and death kings. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer he could be. At the critical moment, he could always turn the tide. If it were another king with a weaker soul, Yi Chen would have already been killed by the swords. 700, 800, 900. Yi Chen's mind was extremely focused. The numerous swordsman's sword arts seemed a bit slow in his eyes, while his sword pierced out at an extremely fast speed. 999,000. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chen's eyes turned red, and blue veins popped out on his forehead. His body emanated an unapproachable murderous aura and sharpness. Huff! After killing all the swordsmen, Yi Chen's taut nerves immediately relaxed, and he began to pant heavily. The benefits of Sword World were simply too many. It made Yi Chen's sword arts more practical and more intrinsic. The ultimate goal of sword arts was to kill. Whether it was to do evil or to do good, it couldn't change its intrinsic nature. And Sword World stimulated the potential of one's sword Tao, allowing one to enter a state of selflessness. Under this state, every move and style would possess extreme destructive power, making it even more perfect than usual. After passing through the 14th layer of Sword World, Yi Chen's close combat strength might not have undergone a complete transformation, but it had at least risen by a level or two, allowing him to easily crush his previous self. 15th layer. Yi Chen arrived at the 15th layer. The outside world was in an uproar. Everyone was incomparably shocked. 15th layer. Yi Chen had actually reached the 15th layer. Could it be that his sword domain had already reached the 3rd layer? How could this be? In the entire Elysium, only Azure Sky Sword Emperor had reached the 3rd layer. What kind of person was Azure Sky Sword Emperor? He was a godlike figure in Sky Sword Continent. 15th layer. Not to mention me, even Marquis Sword Snow will feel a trace of despair. Marquis Sword Star felt helpless for the first time. Even when Yi Chen was the first to enter life and death realm, he didn't have such a feeling. After all, entering life and death realm earlier didn't mean much to him, as he would have done so sooner or later. Sword Domain was the embodiment of a sword artist's sword Dao talent. No matter how high one's cultivation base was, if one's sword Dao talent wasn't high, one wouldn't be able to obtain a good result in Sword World. Such a feeling flickered for a moment, and Marquis Sword Star soon regained his composure. Yi Chen, I hope you can stay far ahead. If you're even a bit slower, I'll immediately catch up. Marquis Sword Star was indeed worthy of being called one of the top sword geniuses of Sky Sword Continent. Frustration and helplessness couldn't extinguish his fighting spirit, only making him stronger. Yi Chen had no idea about the uproar outside. He only knew that the current him could be killed by a flurry of swords at any time. The reason he could reach the 15th floor wasn't because his sword domain had broken through to the 3rd layer. If he had, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much. The reason he could reach the 15th floor was because, apart from his sword domain reaching the peak of the 2nd layer, his soul was also 10 times that of ordinary kings. This allowed his concentration to be even more focused, and his perception of the outside world became even sharper. Sometimes, a slight error could lead to a huge error. The slightest advantage in soul could be magnified by 100 folds, let alone Yi Chen's soul, which was 10 times that of others. However, it was clear that a powerful soul could only support Yi Chen to the 15th floor. wanting to pass the 15th floor, was a pipe dream, unless his sword domain made a breakthrough. 30th, 31st, 32nd, 40th. Pucci. After killing 40 sword artists, Yi Chun had finally been hit by a sword, and his left arm had disappeared. Under such circumstances, Yi Chun still didn't give up. Holding the sword in his right hand, he killed 2 sword artists charging at him. However, he was immediately stabbed in the left abdomen by another sword artist. Pucci, Pucci, Pucci. In the next moment, Yi Chun was pierced through by a flurry of swords. Inside the invisible barrier, Yi Chun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. I didn't expect the 15th floor to be so difficult. Each sword artist's sword domain has reached the early 2nd layer, and I'm only at the peak of the 2nd layer. Within the same layer, killing 42 is my limit. All right, if I can't make a breakthrough once, I'll make it twice. If that doesn't work, I'll make it a 3rd time. This time, I won't easily return until my sword domain reaches the 3rd layer. Closing his eyes, Yi Chun directly sat cross-legged on the ground of nothingness, recuperating and storing up his energy, preparing for his next adventure in the sword world. After a long time of silence, everyone knew that Yi Chun had failed to pass the 15th floor. That's right, Yi Chun was able to pass the 15th floor because his sword domain had reached the 3rd layer. However, it was impossible to pass the 15th floor in one go. Yi Chun's failure made everyone heave a sigh of relief. No matter how monstrous Yi Chun was, he was still a human. If Yi Chun had passed the 15th floor, they wouldn't have believed that Yi Chun was a human. How could they know that Yi Chun hadn't reached the 3rd layer of his sword domain? Of course, Yi Chun couldn't explain it to the whole world. What's going on? Why hasn't Yi Chun come out yet? Don't tell me he still wants to adventure. The land of nothingness inside the invisible barrier was very mysterious. No matter how many people entered, they wouldn't run into each other. This way, even if their consciousness entered the sword world, their bodies outside wouldn't encounter any mishaps. However, since they couldn't see Yi Chun, everyone became somewhat anxious. 1 day, 2 days. Soon, a week had passed. Most of the people who had been waiting here had gone back. Marquis Swordstar had gone back 3 days ago. Only a small portion had stayed behind. They were either waiting for the sword world or waiting for their friends. However, there were still a few who were really waiting for Yi Chun to come out. In this week, the news of Yi Chun reaching the 15th layer of Sword Realm spread like a storm throughout the Sky Sword continent, causing an uproar. Chapter 943. On this day, the people waiting outside suddenly discovered that the numbers on the invisible barrier were flashing rapidly. From 1 to 10, there wasn't much of a pause. After that, it continued to rise from 11 to 14 and finally to 15. It's Yi Chun. Yi Chun is challenging the sword world again. Apart from the Azure Sky Sword Emperor, no one else could reach the 15th level of the sword world. Apart from the Azure Sky Sword Emperor, there was only Yi Chun who created a miracle a week ago. In the 15th level of the sword world, Yi Chun had already killed 74 swordsmen, 32 more than the previous time. His improvement was obvious. Chi-Chi. Swinging his sword, sword light swept out. At the price of losing his left arm, Yi Chun killed another 6 swordsmen, bringing the total number of kills to 80. 81. 82. 83. Who? Yi Chun's head suddenly flew up. A swordsman leaped up and chopped off Yi Chun's head. However, Yi Chun, who had lost his head, took advantage of the fact that his body had yet to dissipate to stab the swordsman's heart. 84. This was the second time that Yi Chun challenged the 15th level of the sword world. The first time, it was 42. This time, it was 84. The improvement was huge. Challenging the sword world was too exhausting. Just like the previous time, Yi Chun didn't continue. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the void and rested. Failed. After a long time, no numbers flashed. Everyone knew that Yi Chun had failed again. Some even stood up and left this place. Some of them had been waiting here all along, and some had joined later. Those who joined later actually wanted to see Yi Chun and see if he had grown 3 heads and 6 arms. However, Yi Chun still didn't come out. They immediately knew that they wouldn't be able to see him in person for a short period of time. Instead of waiting here in vain, they might as well find something proper to do. Let's go. The 15th floor isn't that easy to pass. The higher you go in the sword world, the harder it is to pass. Yi Chun has only raised his sword domain to the 3rd level. I dare to bet that he won't be able to pass through the 15th floor without 3 to 5 months of training. That makes sense. Every level of the sword domain requires one to grasp more details. Otherwise, the Azure Sky Sword Emperor wouldn't have been stuck at the 3rd level of the sword domain for so many years. Go. I still want to wait. Of course, there were also people who didn't change their minds. Idiot, just wait here for nothing. What a waste of time. This time, instead of waiting for a week, Yi Chun went to challenge the sword world after only 3 days. Failure. It was another failure. But something worthy of gratification was that Yi Chun had killed 156 swordsmen in the 15th level of the sword world, and he was only 8 away from doubling the number. Moreover, the sword domain showed a trace of budding. Another 3 days passed. Yi Chun had killed 258 swordsmen, 285 swordsmen, 300 swordsmen. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 20 days since Yi Chun had arrived here. During the first 10 days, his improvement was extremely great, but during the last few days, his improvement became slower and slower. Yi Chun knew that he was almost at his limit. Not to mention doubling the number of swordsmen, it was as difficult as ascending the heavens to be able to kill a few more every time. The extent of his improvement was getting smaller and smaller. On the 24th day, Yi Chun had killed 333 swordsmen. When he killed the 333 swordsmen, Yi Chun faintly felt that the sword domain had stirred. But he was helpless as he was instantly killed. This won't do. As time passes, this budding will gradually weaken. In the end, I might lose this rare opportunity to break through. I absolutely can't waste it. Without resting, Yi Chun's eyes were red as he tried to enter the sword world again. From the 1st level to the 14th level, Yi Chun had to expend several times more energy than usual. This was because he was too tired. This kind of fatigue wasn't physical, but mental. The potential that people often talked about was actually the potential of the heart and soul. When the heart was strong enough, it could ignore the weakness of the body and burst out with power that far exceeded the past. Now, Yi Chun's mind was very tired, and so was his body. As a result, when he reached the 15th level, Yi Chun had only killed the 15th swordsman, but he already felt powerless. Explode for me! Yi Chun roared. The treasured sword was like an exploding star. The sword light that was thrust out was extremely fast and ruthless. Each move and style contained great power. PFFF, 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 PFFF. A row of swordsmen fell. They didn't even feel how they were stabbed. But to Yi Chun, this wasn't enough. More swordsmen rushed up. At this moment, Yi Chun was in a state of extreme selflessness. His treasured sword was constantly stabbing and slashing. His body was like a marionette, flickering and shifting at an extraordinary speed. Row after row of swordsmen fell. Yi Chun's body emitted a heart-palpitating aura. The aura was like a saber or a sword, slowly merging into Yi Chun's sword domain. Just like this, Yi Chun endured one limit after another. The number of swordsmen he killed quickly broke through 500, then 600, 700. But when 720 people fell, Yi Chen once again felt powerless. This kind of powerlessness came so quickly that Yi Chen's left leg was cut off by a sword, and his body almost fell. After waking up from his selfless state, Yi Chen saw more than 10 swords with sharp sword light stabbing towards him. No matter how he dodged or blocked, he couldn't avoid this assassination. Although the sword domain could slightly distort the opponent's sword trajectory, at least half of the swords would still land on his body. The outcome was already decided. Yi Chen's eyes were very calm. This didn't mean that he had a way to deal with it. His powerful soul allowed him to maintain absolute focus no matter what. Deviate a little more. Deviate a little more. The speed of the swords was very fast. Ordinary people wouldn't even have time to react. But in Yi Chen's perception, the swords stabbing towards him were getting slower and slower, showing signs of coming to a stop. An inconceivable scene occurred. All the swords really stopped, maintaining a distance of 3 feet from Yi Chen. Clang, clang, clang. In the next moment, the swords that had stopped stabbed forward again. However, the trajectories of the swords were greatly deviated. When the swords collided, resplendent sparks erupted. The sparks couldn't get close to Yi Chen. Their trajectories were distorted, and they erupted outwards. On the other hand, Yi Chen was like a sword god. No sword in his hand, but a sword in his heart. 3rd-level sword domain. Completed. After losing a leg, Yi Chen couldn't move quickly. But it didn't matter. At this moment, there was no need for him to dodge. Before anyone's sword could stab him, he would stab them to death. 3rd-level sword domain represented a new realm. The core profundity was to have a sword in your heart and not have a sword in your hand. Having no sword in his hand meant that he had no weaknesses. Having a sword in his heart meant that he could always block his opponent's attack with his sword. Nothing could be faster than the speed of the heart. With a thought in his heart, the sword stabbed out. At this moment, his body and heart had completely fused together. Since a long time ago, Yi Chen had learned that there were 3 realms when it came to sword attacks. The first realm was called sword control with the body, the second was sword control with qi, and the third was sword control with intent. Body was the physical strength of the body. Everyone had this realm, but there weren't many who were proficient in it. Some people wasted a lot of energy, but their sword speed wasn't ideal. Some people could casually increase their sword speed to a frightening level. This was the gap in technique. It needed to be tempered hundreds and thousands of times in order to improve. Sword control with qi was much better than sword control with the body. Before the body moved, qi had already been released. This qi was the energy within a martial artist's body. Although many people had high cultivation, they might not have grasped the technique of sword control with qi. Gathering Zhen Yuan in the palm and then striking with the sword wasn't called sword control with qi. At most, it was just an enhanced version of sword control with the body. This was because the main idea of sword control with qi was to use qi as the main force and the body as a support. Physical strength was used as a support. Under such circumstances, the sword would be much faster than others. Finally, sword control with intent. This intent was the will. Will was formless. It was precisely because it was formless that the sword speed could reach an unfathomable level. No one could block it, and the so-called sword control with intent was to use the heart to control the sword. A strong will was actually a strong heart. Will was formless, and the heart was also formless. Sword domain had reached the 3rd layer. Yi Chen's sword realm had impressively reached sword control with intent. In other words, it was the highest realm of sword control with heart. When the sword pierced out, nothing could block it. Poo, 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 poo. A horrifying scene occurred. No matter how fast the sword attacks of the sword artists were, no matter how ingenious they were, Yichen would always be able to kill them before they could. In fact, Yichen didn't even release his sword domain to the limit. It was because the sword artists of the 15th layer weren't worthy of him using his full strength. He only needed to use sword control with heart to deal with them. 1,000 sword artists were all dead. Yichen stood on the mountain peak. Sigh, let's wait a few more days. It's not a solution to keep waiting like this. If he wants to challenge the sword world for a year, won't I be waiting for a year in vain? In the outside world, some extremely patient people finally couldn't wait any longer. It wasn't that they didn't have patience. On the contrary, they were very patient. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until now. But first and foremost, they were sword artists. They needed to increase their strength in order to survive. Their time wasn't used to wait. They're right. Within 3 to 5 months, it'll be very difficult for Yichen to pass the 15th layer. He might not even be able to accomplish it in a year. I won't wait any longer. What's the point of waiting for a few more days? Everyone, farewell. As he spoke, one of the swordsmen stood up and was about to leave. However, he suddenly stopped. Look, the 16th layer. He has reached the 16th layer. This person pointed at the invisible barrier. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. The 16th layer? Everyone turned to look at him. It really is the 16th layer. Everyone looked at each other and held their breath. Impossible, the 17th layer. After around the time to drink a cup of tea, a new ancient character flickered on the invisible barrier. 17. Chapter 944. On the 15th floor, all the swordsmen were at the initial stage of the second layer. On the 16th floor, it was the intermediate stage of the second layer. On the 17th floor, it was the late stage of the second layer. If it was before, it would be difficult for him to deal with 3 to 5 swordsmen. After all, his sword domain was only at the peak stage of the second layer, which was only a small level away from the late stage of the second layer. He could easily suppress his opponents in a one-on-one fight, but it would be a little difficult for him to deal with 3 to 5 swordsmen at once. He could only rely on his superb swordsmanship to kill them, but it would also be a little dangerous for him. In fact, Yichen was a special case. If it was someone else who had just broken through to the 3rd layer of the sword domain, they could at most reach the 15th floor. It would be impossible for them to reach the 16th floor. However, Yichen reached the 17th floor. This was an anomaly. Yichen knew that the reason he could reach the 17th floor was not because of the 3rd layer of the sword domain, but because of the ability to control the sword with his heart. Reaching the 3rd layer of the sword domain didn't necessarily mean that one would grasp the ability to control the sword with his heart. However, once one grasped the ability, the sword domain would definitely reach the 3rd layer, or even the 4th layer. The two were related, but not necessarily. By relying on the ability to control the sword with his heart, Yichen's close combat strength had increased by several times, and his overall strength had also increased by a level. Of course, the ability to control the sword with his heart didn't increase much in terms of offensive strength. If his offensive strength was high enough, there would be only a few 5-star battle prowess that could be a match for Yichen. On the 17th floor, Yichen's lost left leg had already recovered. Pushing the 3rd layer of the sword domain to the limit, Yichen's figure moved like a god, and the sword in his hand stabbed out repeatedly without any warning. Every stab would inevitably cause a swordsman to fall to the ground. There was no sword, only heart-palpitating sword light. Kill. Yichen's killing intent was constantly increasing. If these swordsmen were living beings, then Yichen would have definitely killed tens of thousands of people in these 20 days. Every time he killed a person, Yichen's skill would increase by a bit. Up until now, Yi Chen's sword art was no longer just a sword art, it had risen to a kind of art of killing. However, the 17th level wasn't so easy to pass. Towards the end, crisscrossing sword scars appeared on Yi Chen's body. This was an extremely dangerous sign. Not to mention the slightest bit of carelessness. If he didn't maintain a state of surpassing his limits at all times, he would immediately be killed by the flurry of swords and expelled from the sword realm. Fortunately, after comprehending sword control with the heart, Yi Chen's mental state was surprisingly good. His mind was no longer so easily fatigued. Instead, the more he fought, the braver he became. 17th floor passed. The 18th floor. In the outside world, the number 18 flashed on the invisible barrier. Those who saw this scene almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Was there an end to this? Either he was stuck in the 15th floor for more than 20 days, or he suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds, rushing to the 18th floor. No one could endure such a huge stimulation. One must know that even the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor had only reached the 18th floor. Is it a ghost trying to break through the sword realm? Some people thought nervously. The 18th floor corresponded to the peak of the 3rd level of sword domain. For Yi Chen to be able to reach this floor, not to mention that no one would be able to do it in the future, it was almost unprecedented. However, the 18th floor and the 17th floor were completely different. Not to mention that the swordsman here had reached the peak of the 2nd level of sword domain. The swordsman's swordsmanship was forcibly raised to a higher level. From the 1st to the 17th floor, the power of the swordsman's swordsmanship was about the same. Even if there was an increase in power, it wouldn't be too ridiculous. But on the 18th floor, the swordsman's swordsmanship was unbelievably powerful. Every single one of them was a genius swordsman. Although Yi Chen was a genius, he couldn't resist the encirclement of so many genius swordsmen. After killing only 3 swordsmen, Yi Chen was killed. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that the 18th floor was too abnormal. Dozens of swordsmen had surrounded him, and even the heart-controlling sword ability couldn't stop them. Being able to kill 3 swordsmen was already commendable. Amazing! In the void, Yi Chen opened his eyes, his expression filled with amazement. The sword realm contained countless swordsmanship. Up until now, he hadn't seen many that repeated themselves. On the 18th floor, the first batch of swordsmen had all possessed powerful swordsmanship comparable to Marquis Swordstar's 7-star point killing sword art. It was to the extent that he couldn't exist for even a split second. In that split second, he could only kill 3 swordsmen before being killed. The sword realm was worthy of being the sacred land of Sky Sword Continent. Not to mention anything else, merely being able to experience countless swordsmanship was a great benefit. Yi Chen had only created 1 or 2 styles of vibrational sword arts, sky-shattering sword arts, and autumn water sword arts. Originally, if he wanted to create more, it would have been impossible without a few years. However, at this moment, Yi Chen had countless inspirations. Thousands of swordsmanship were playing out in his mind, each of them different, containing the lifelong effort and wisdom of the masters of these swordsmanship. Fortunately, my soul is powerful enough to hold so much information on swordsmanship. Yi Chen's soul was 10 times that of ordinary life and death kings, and the amount of information he could hold was also 10 times that of ordinary kings. Moreover, he had photographic memory. This photographic memory was not an ordinary kind of photographic memory. If memorizing a book was photographic memory, it would be the lowest grade of photographic memory. Any Sea of Soul realm martial artist could do it. Yi Chen's photographic memory allowed him to memorize thousands of swordsmanship in his mind and extract them at any time to deduce them. Of course, Yi Chen was not a god. He could deduce all the swordsmanship below the 10th layer, but the swordsmanship above the 10th layer contained more than just information. A glance was not enough. I'll deduce the swordsmanship below the 10th layer first. As for the swordsmanship above the 10th layer, there's still a long way to go. Yichen decided to leave. Biting off more than one could chew was a principle that everyone understood. However, only a few could do it. There were several thousand swordsmanship below the 10th layer, which was enough for Yi Chun to digest for a while. The incorporeal barrier rippled, and the blue-robed Yi Chun walked out. Yi Chun! It's Yi Chun! Everyone stood up with fiery expressions. If they were somewhat unconvinced of Yi Chun before, thinking that the rumors were exaggerated, then right now they only had admiration. How many people could pass through the 18th layer of the Sword Realm? Azure Sky Sword Emperor was the only one, and now Yi Chun was added to the mix. If they were unconvinced, then what else could they be convinced of? If they couldn't even acknowledge someone else's talent, then they weren't fit to be a sword artist. Yi Chun didn't expect that his appearance would cause such a huge commotion. Yi Chun, you're not going to continue? A sword artist mustered his courage and asked. Yi Chun smiled. Not anymore. I'm going back to digest. Yi Chun, I wonder if you're taking disciples. My son is 13 years old this year, and his talent is amazing. If he can become your disciple, it would be his fortune. Seeing that Yi Chun wasn't as cold as before, a middle-aged sword artist said with a face full of hope, Yi Chun, I also have a grandson. My granddaughter. For a moment, everyone recommended their juniors to Yi Chun. If they could become the disciple of a peerless sword Dao genius like Yi Chun, 1 in 10,000 years, their future accomplishments could be easily imagined. For Yi Chun to be so powerful at such a young age, he must have a unique path of development. Yi Chun's thoughts flickered. He had never thought of taking disciples before, because he didn't even have enough time. How could he teach disciples? It would be good enough if he didn't mislead them. But now, it was necessary for him to take disciples. A powerful master was only one person, but a powerful disciple was many people. The Yi family couldn't be guarded by him alone. It was not that he didn't have confidence in the Yi family, but with the resources of the Yi family, it would be hard for them to produce a life and death king. Although his brother Yi Xian had great talent, becoming a life and death king was still as hard as ascending the heavens. Otherwise, if any genius with great talent could become a life and death king, life and death kings would be everywhere. Apart from this, Yi Chun also had the thought of unifying the sections. Yi family, Sky Cloud Martial School, and Eternal Sky Martial School all needed his care. If it was feasible, he would combine these three forces and form a Sword Dao sect. Of course, whether it was feasible or not, he would have to go back and discuss it. If it really didn't work, then he would think about it again. Everyone taking disciples is not a business. If you all have sincerity, you can find me at the Yi family of South Rudra region. Yi Chun, will never accept disciples who only look impressive. You all should be prepared for this. However, if your talent is not bad, you can also become an attendant of my Yi family. When I have time, I will also impart my experience and sword arts to them. Yi Chen's words were watertight and full of sincerity. True Spirit Continent South Rudra region, Yi family. All right, I will bring my grandson there next month. At worst, I will spend a lot of spirit stones and use the conveyor gate. From True Spirit Continent to Sky Sword Continent, there were a few conveyor gates in operation. However, the cost would be too high, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it. But there was no need to teleport from Sky Sword Continent to True Spirit Continent at once. One could teleport a bit at a time. Between the two continents, there were also many islands with conveyor gates. All right, Yi Chun will take his leave first. Everyone, I hope to see you again. After saying these words, Yi Chen's figure flickered and directly entered the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On this day, the news of Yi Chun reaching the 18th layer of Sword Realm spread out at a frightening speed. On this day, the news of Yi Chun's willingness to accept a disciple also spread out along with the former, causing a huge impact on the Sky Sword continent. Everything had its pros and cons. Yi Chun's actions made all the Sword Kings of Sky Sword continent extremely unhappy. Someone from their own continent running off to another continent to find a master? What was this? This was Sky Sword continent, not something True Spirit continent could compare to. Yi Chun immediately became a thorn in the eyes of all the Sword Kings of Sky Sword continent. In the void, Yi Chun was shuttling back and forth. Sword domain has broken through to the 3rd layer, and its might has increased greatly. However, the consumption of Jin Yuan is also enormous. My cultivation base is still a bit low. Blackwater Alliance, it's time for you to bleed. Without returning to Yi family, Yi Chun streaked across the sky of True Spirit continent, flying in the direction of Blackwater Alliance. Chapter 945. Blackwater Alliance was a superpower in the Southern Ocean. This alliance gathered many sects and families with more than 20 life and death kings and nearly 10 half-step kings. Although ordinary 5th grade sects had life and death kings, they might not necessarily have half-step kings. It was clear that Blackwater Alliance not only had many top experts, but also many lower-level ones. The headquarters of Blackwater Alliance was a huge black island. There were more than 20 palaces on the island, and at the center of the island were 4 main palaces. In one of the main palaces, Sky King's brows creased. You're saying that your leader wants to increase the distribution of Zhenyuan crystals? Sky King looked down at the chaotic demon Ocean Emissary. This chaos demon, Emissary, was a demonic human king. He raised his head and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. The Blackwater Alliance occupies a treasure land like the Devouring Island. Every year, they produce 20 to 30 million Zhenyuan crystals, but only 3 million is a bit too little for my Chaos Demon C. My patriarch said that every year she wants 6 million, not one less. The Sky King said with a serious face. The Devouring Island produces 20 to 30 million Zhenyuan crystals every year, but our Blackwater Alliance can only keep 10 million of them. The rest have been distributed to the Life and Death Realm warriors who know about it. We have more than 20 Life and Death Realm warriors, so if we split it evenly, each of us would not get more than 500,000 Zhenyuan crystals. Besides that, our Blackwater Alliance still has to use millions of Zhenyuan crystals to attract more warriors. If we don't do that, then the Zhenyuan crystal production will decrease. In this way, it would be good enough for each of us to get 300,000 Zhenyuan crystals. Although Sky King said this, the Blackwater Alliance's Zhenyuan crystals every year were definitely more than 10 million. Moreover, the Blackwater Alliance still had a large amount of Zhenyuan crystals in storage. After all, the Devouring Island had existed for many years. Accumulating a bit every year, the amount of Zhenyuan crystals accumulated would be astonishing. Of course, this storage was only for emergencies and couldn't be used easily. The chaotic demon, Emissary, said with a solemn expression. Then, why did you give Old Red Water 5 million true essence crystals? My patriarch is a titled monarch, but he only gave 3 million. Is your Blackwater Alliance looking down on my patriarch and my chaotic demon C's demonic human clan? Where did you hear this? The Heavenly King's eyes flickered several times. Redwater Old Monster was a titled monarch, and just like the Demon Flower Emperor, he knew about the Devouring Island. In order to seal their mouths, the Blackwater Alliance had to send out a large number of Zhenyuan crystals every year. The Demon Flower Emperor received 3 million, while the Redwater Old Monster received 5 million. The reason why the Redwater Old Monster received more was that he had agreed to be the backing of the Blackwater Alliance. Originally, they had been living in harmony, but they did not know how the Demon Flower Emperor knew the specific number of Zhen Yuan crystals they had given to the Redwater Old Monster. Could it be the Redwater Old Monster? Not likely. Redwater Old Monster had no need to show off in front of the Demon Flower Emperor. He could just be happy in secret. Who would be stupid enough to tell others about his wealth? If you don't want people to know, don't do it. The Chaos Demon Sea Emissary sneered. Sky King was furious in his heart, but he did not show it on his face and said expressionlessly, "This matter needs to be discussed in detail, but adding 3 million is too much. Go back and tell your patriarch. At most add 2 million, just like the Redwater Old Monster. 3 million. All right, you can go back and report. Forgive me for not seeing you off. The next one to come will be my patriarch." The Chaos Demon Sea Emissary did not linger and walked out of the main palace, soaring into the void and rushing towards the Chaos Demon Sea. Ha! As soon as the Chaos Demon Sea Emissary left, Sky King coldly snorted and smashed the armrest with a palm strike. Preposterous! Demon Flower Emperor, don't be too happy just yet. Although my Blackwater Alliance is not as powerful as your Chaos Demon Sea, we can make friends with titled monarchs. South Sea Demon God Cult Leader, South Sea Black Fiend Island Leader, and South Sea Alliance Leader. These three are already cooperating with my Blackwater Alliance. Adding Redwater Old Monster and my Blackwater Old Ancestor who has just broken through, we have a total of 5 titled monarchs. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to resist. At that time, you won't even get a single Zhen Yuan crystal. Sky King hated the Demon Flower Emperor so much, not only because of the Demon Flower Emperor's high demands, but also because he knew that the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou had attacked Terminator Demon Sect. Yi Chun had embezzled more than 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals from the Blackwater Alliance. Sky King had always wanted to kill him, but had always failed. Later on, when he planned to personally take action, Yi Chun had already entered life and death realm, and his battle strength was even higher than his. As for the Blackwater Alliance's cooperation with the South Sea Demon God Cult Leader, South Sea Black Fiend Island Leader, and South Sea Alliance Leader, it was not because they had too many Zhen Yuan crystals, but because the great calamity of the foreign races was imminent. All the monarchs in Elysium were thinking of ways to increase their strength and preserve themselves. As for the Blackwater Alliance's cooperation with the South Sea Demon God Cult Leader, South Sea Black Fiend Island Leader, and South Sea Alliance Leader, it was not because they had too many Zhen Yuan crystals, but because the great calamity of the foreign races was imminent. All the monarchs in Elysium were thinking of ways to increase their strength and preserve themselves. Of course, the Blackwater Alliance's annual production of Zhen Yuan crystals was limited. Cooperating with 3 monarchs at once would be very strenuous for the Blackwater Alliance. Therefore, they had already decided to kick out the Demon Flower Emperor and divide the Zhen Yuan crystals of the Demon Flower Emperor to the 3 monarchs. This way, things would be a bit easier. Of course, the Devouring Island's annual production of Zhen Yuan crystals was limited. Cooperating with 3 monarchs at once would be very strenuous for the Blackwater Alliance. Therefore, they had already decided to kick out the Demon Flower Emperor and divide the Zhen Yuan crystals of the Demon Flower Emperor to the 3 monarchs. This way, things would be a bit easier. Meanwhile, the Sky King and the Chaotic Demon Ocean Emissary's proposal of adding 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals was only a delaying tactic. After all, it was still not the right time to turn against the Demon Flower Emperor. They would have to wait until the time was right. Yi Chun, you have the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou to protect you, but my Blackwater Alliance has 5 monarchs. Sooner or later, I'll make you spit out everything you've eaten. Sky King sneered. On his way, Yi Chun stopped a random sea of Soul Realm expert and found out where the headquarters of the Blackwater Alliance was located. On the second day, Yi Chun arrived in the sky above the huge Black Island. On this huge Black Island, there were more than 20 palaces, with 4 main palaces in the center. In the sky above the island, there were several kinds of great arrays. Among them, there was one that Yi Chun could recognize at a glance, because it was the water and earth interlocking great array. Being able to occupy a treasure land like the devouring island, I can't look down on them indeed. Whether a force was powerful or not could be seen from the arrays. Who dares to come to my Blackwater Alliance? Yi Chen's arrival was open and above board. On the island, a figure soared into the sky. It was a life and death king that Yi Chen had never seen before. I'm Yi Chen, and I have something to discuss with the leader of your Blackwater Alliance. Yi Chen was not a bandit, so it was impossible for him to rob the moment he arrived. Moreover, he had no idea where the Blackwater Alliance's Zhenyuan crystal storage was. Our leader has gone on a long journey, but the deputy leader, Sky King, is here. I'll go inform him. Blackwater Alliance had no enmity with Yi Chun. At most, they had tricked him into the devouring island. The only one who had enmity with Yi Chun was Sky King. Of course, Yi Chun still didn't know that Sky King had been sending people to kill him. Upon hearing Yi Chen's name, this life and death king was greatly astonished. Yi Chun having the strength of a peak king was no longer news. Moreover, he was proficient in the space profound. Even the black dragon old ancestor couldn't do anything to him. Since the other party had come to pay a visit, he couldn't possibly refuse. Otherwise, if the other party got angry, he might not be able to bear the consequences, which would be bad for him. All right. Yi Chun wasn't in a hurry. Not long after, 2 people flew over. One of them was Sky King. Sky King didn't reveal anything on his face. He only acted as if this was his first time dealing with Yi Chun. He smiled faintly and said, "I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've seen you, you truly live up to your reputation." Yi Chun didn't waste any time and said, "Blackwater Alliance, you should be able to make decisions, right?" Sky King stared blankly for a moment. "I can make decisions for most things." "All right, your Blackwater Alliance will provide me with 3 million Zhenyuan crystals every year. Treat it as a fee to keep your mouth shut." Yi Chun went straight to the point. These words immediately petrified the other 2. Sky King yelled inwardly, "Yi Chun, you're going too far. I didn't ask you for Zhenyuan crystals, but you're asking for an exorbitant price. Truly infuriating." Concealing his emotions well, Sky King said awkwardly, "I can't make the decision on this matter. I'll have to wait for Alliance leader to return. How about this? You stay on a nearby island for now. Alliance leader will be back soon." Sky King had a sinister plan. This time, Alliance leader Blackwater Old Ancestor had gone on a long journey to invite South Shallow Sea Alliance's alliance leader. He would return at a later date, so he would have Yi Chun wait and walk right into the trap. With Blackwater Old Ancestor and South Shallow Sea Alliance leader strength, Yi Chun wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings. However, before that, he had to make Yi Chun stay willingly. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. "When will your alliance leader return?" Yi Chun asked. "Tomorrow at the latest," Sky King answered. "In that case, I'll stay here for now." Yi Chun didn't waste time with the other party. Around the huge Black Island, there were some buildings built on some islands. Yi Chun directly found an uninhabited island and flew over. He would come back tomorrow to collect the Zhenyuan crystals. At that time, Blackwater Alliance would have no choice but to pay up. Previously, he had been tricked into devouring Island and chased several times. How could this debt be settled so easily? 3 million a year was very fair. Watching Yi Chen choose an island to stay on, Yin Sky King's expression was incomparably cold. Yi Chen, even if you don't die tomorrow, you'll lose a layer of skin. If you want to blame something, blame yourself for being too greedy. Let's go back. Yin Sky King returned to his main palace. Chapter 946. One day passed quickly. At noon of the second day, under the blazing sun, two figures shattered the space and appeared outside the great array of the Black Island. The black-robed old man on the left waved his right hand, and a door immediately appeared in the great array. The two figures flew through the door and into the main palace at the center of the island. Vice Alliance Leader is back. In the main palace, a person came to inform Yin Sky King. I already know. Although Yin Sky King didn't release his soul power at all times, if he didn't know that two life and death kings had arrived on the island and opened the great array, he would have lived in vain. Alliance Leader made a breakthrough a few days ago, and his battle strength increased from 4-star Tyrant to 5-star, becoming a titled monarch. No matter how powerful Yi Chen is, he's only a peak king with 4-star battle strength. Even a 4-star Tyrant is not Alliance Leader's opponent. In the past, the reason why Blackwater Alliance used a large amount of Zhenyuan crystals to block life and death kings with battle strength below 5-star was because they didn't have the strength to challenge them. Now that Yi Chen has come to ask for hush money, he's courting death. As one of the big shots of Blackwater Alliance, Yin Sky King naturally knew a bit about Blackwater Ancestor's character. Standing up, the Yin Heavenly King's figure flashed, and he left his main palace hall. He walked towards the core main palace hall that was surrounded by the other 3 main palaces. His footsteps were swift. Inside the core palace, a black-robed old man was drinking tea with a yellow-robed old man, talking cheerfully and wittily. Brother Huang, you don't know. Although my Blackwater Alliance is also an overlord of the southern deep ocean, the devouring island is too tempting. It's a fat piece of meat that everyone wants a bite of. I'm glorious in front of others, but bitter in the back. The black-robed old man wasn't tall, but he gave off an imposing aura. He was precisely the leader of Blackwater Alliance, Blackwater Ancestor. In front of him, a yellow-robed old man said with a smile that was yet not a smile, "Old geezer, you're not only planning to cooperate with me, but also with Demon God Cult and Black Fiend Island. If you succeed, with the influence of our 4 great powers, who would dare to touch your Blackwater Alliance?" This, I was just about to tell you. The yellow-haired old man was not a normal life and death realm warrior, but the leader of the South Shallow Sea Alliance, the yellow-robed old monster. His strength was earth-shattering and was rumored to be at mid-5-star level. The Demon God Cult and the Black Evil Island had always been the sworn enemies of the South Shallow Sea Alliance. They had battled for many years, and both sides had suffered quite a bit. He was still a bit nervous about joining hands with the other 3, afraid that the 3 would leave on bad terms and vent their anger on him. However, judging from the expression of the yellow-robed old monster, he did not seem to mind at all. "I don't care who you work with, but my share of the profits can't be reduced." The yellow-robed eccentric rapped the table. "Of course. Brother Huang, what kind of person do you take me for?" The Blackwater Ancestor hurriedly poured wine for the yellow-robed old monster. The yellow-robed old monster drank quite comfortably. Just by working with the Blackwater Alliance, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of Zhenyuan crystals every year, so why not? Moreover, he had a vague premonition that the future of Elysium would be full of calamities. They could no longer fight against the Demon God Cult and the Black Evil Island, and had to save their strength to protect themselves. Working with the three great powers was naturally the best thing to do. Of course, it was impossible for him to go to the demon god cult and the Black Evil Island. The Blackwater Alliance would be the perfect middleman. Leader! Right at this moment, the Een Sky King's voice was heard outside the palace. Oh, it's the Een Sky King. What's the matter? Come in first. The Een Sky King was one of the right-hand men of the Blackwater ancestor and was highly regarded. The Een Sky King walked in. Seeing the yellow-robed old monster, he immediately cupped his fists and said, "Ah, so it's the leader of the South Shallow Sea Alliance. Een Sky King greets you." The yellow-robed old monster waved his hand and smiled. "We'll all be on the same side in the future. No need to be so polite." "Een Sky King, what's the matter?" the Blackwater ancestor asked. The Een Sky King didn't turn his back on the yellow-robed old monster and transmitted his voice. "Yesterday, an emissary from the Chaos Demonic Ocean came. The Demon Flower Emperor said that she wants us to provide her with 6 million true essence crystals every year, not one less. Otherwise, she will personally come to talk to you." The Een Sky King didn't immediately talk about Yi Chen's matter. Instead, she talked about the Demon Flower Emperor's request. Hearing this, the Blackwater ancestor's face instantly darkened. "She really said that?" "Yes." "Preposterous." The Blackwater ancestor shouted in a low voice. Hearing the words Demon Flower Emperor, the yellow-robed old monster raised his eyebrows. This demoness was very famous in Elysium, let alone the Blackwater Alliance. Even he didn't dare to provoke her. However, the present was different from the past. Having gathered the 4 major forces, their strength was already above the Chaos Demonic Ocean. The Chaos Demonic Ocean isn't a big deal. With our strength, do we still need to be afraid of her? The 4 major forces cooperated, and the true essence crystals were divided according to the ratio. The Demon Flower Emperor wanted 6 million true essence crystals, so everyone's share was less. The yellow-robed old monster naturally didn't want his true essence crystals to be less. For his own benefit, he had to fight this demoness. "How did you answer?" The Blackwater ancestor asked again. The Een Sky King said, "The Chaos Demonic Ocean emissary came in a threatening manner. I couldn't directly refuse, so I used a delaying tactic and said at most 2 million. "That's very good." The Blackwater ancestor was more and more satisfied with the Een Sky King. Although with their current strength, they didn't need to be afraid of the Demon Flower Emperor. They couldn't just fall out with her and take things to the extreme. What else? Seeing that the Een Sky King seemed to have something else to say, the Blackwater ancestor asked curiously. The Een Sky King paused for a moment and said solemnly, "Yi Chun is here. He asked us for 3 million true essence crystals as hush money every year." The core palace was silent for a moment. The silence didn't last long. The next moment, the Blackwater ancestor's angry voice sounded, simply arrogant and conceited. "Does he really think that my Blackwater Alliance is a soft persimmon that they can bully as they please? If we give it to him today, who will come tomorrow? Do I have to give it to him as well? Yi Chun, what a good Yi Chun. I don't care if you are a genius or not. Where is he?" The Blackwater ancestors aura soared into the sky. On an island near the Blackwater Island, the Een Sky King was secretly happy. "Blackwater, don't be too excited. Maybe I can handle this matter." Suddenly, the yellow-robed old monster said, "You can handle it." The Blackwater ancestor looked at the yellow-robed old monster. The yellow-robed old monster said confidently, "This Yi Chun has friendly relations with the water ape clan of my Southern Shallow Sea Alliance. As the alliance leader, the life and death of the water ape clan is in my hands. I believe that after Yi Chen knows my identity, he will restrain himself. At that time, you can just give him 1 million true essence crystals and send him away. Every year, the yellow-robed old monster's words made the black water ancestor take it seriously. Hee, 1 time is enough. All right. Although 1 million true essence crystals was not a small amount, the black water ancestor didn't put it in his eyes at all. This time, when cooperating with the 4 factions, he was prepared to kick out some life and death kings who knew about it. In this way, 1 million true essence crystals was nothing. Come, take me there, the black water ancestor, and the other 2 stood up and flew into the sky. The island where Yi Chen was resting was thousands of li away from the black water island. In an instant, the 3 arrived. In the building on the island, Yi Chen opened his eyes, revealing a trace of surprise. Let's see what tricks they're playing. Yi Chen flew out. You are Yi Chen. In the sky, the black water ancestor said expressionlessly. Yi Chen glanced at the yellow-robed old monster and said, You should know what I said yesterday. What do you think? The black water ancestor didn't reply. The yellow-robed old monster walked out with a smile. Yi Chen, congratulations on reaching life and death realm. I couldn't go to the banquet that day, and I'm deeply regretful. However, Sun Tai is a member of my South Shallow Sea Alliance. With him there, it can be considered as representing my alliance. Alliance leader Huang, Yi Chen has long heard of your name. Yi Chen knew that this person was the leader of the South Shallow Sea Alliance, a giant of Elysium, the yellow-robed old monster. The yellow-robed old monster laughed. It's nothing more than an empty reputation. Yi Chen faintly sensed that the yellow-robed old monster was trying to persuade him, so he went straight to the point and said to the black water ancestor, 3 million true essence crystals a year. This is my bottom line. Back then, I was tricked into the devouring island and was chased several times. If not for my tricks, I would have been killed long ago. Yi Chen, we're all on the same side. There's no need to make things unpleasant. Brother Blackwater, how about this? You give Yi Chen 3 million true essence crystals in one go, and we'll settle the grudge between us. The yellow-robed old monster changed his mind at the last moment, changing the 1 million true essence crystals to 3 million. The main reason was that he didn't think Yi Chen was that easy to fool. Although the black water ancestor didn't know why the yellow-robed old monster added 2 million at the last moment, it was not like he couldn't accept it at one go. He said indifferently, Yi Chen, I'll give Brother Huang some face and give you 3 million true essence crystals. Don't come here anymore. Once, huh? A faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. What? You're not satisfied? The black water ancestor was angered. Once is fine, but I want 15 million true essence crystals. In the future, I promise not to come here again. Between 3 million a year and 15 million a year, Yi Chen would rather choose the latter. In your dreams, Yi Chen. Not only was the black water ancestor enraged, but the yellow-robed old monster also lost some face. With his status and strength, speaking to Yi Chen like this was already praising him. Not only did the latter not appreciate it, he even demanded an exorbitant price. It was clear that Yi Chen didn't put him in his eyes. 3 million a year or 15 million a year, it's up to you. On the other hand, I want to settle the previous debt with you. The Devouring Island was only occupied by the Blackwater Alliance. The Blackwater Alliance and the Devouring Island's Holy Spirit were merely cooperating, tricking a large number of martial artists to enter the island. If the Devouring Island originally belonged to the Blackwater Alliance, it wouldn't be a scourge. Yi Chen's visit this time was morally unjustified, but now he needed a share of the profits. Using an analogy, Yi Chen's current actions were like robbing those evil people. Chapter 947, Yi-chun, don't make a mistake. This is not a place for you to act presumptuously. Leave now, or you'll have to bear the consequences. The yellow-robed old monster shouted with a gloomy face. He was already furious. Since Yi-chun was shameless, there was no need for him to give him any face. Brother Huang, you don't have to care about this matter. A mere genius who just entered life and death realm dares to be so arrogant and come to my Blackwater alliance. He's simply asking to be humiliated. That's fine. I, Blackwater ancestor, will use this opportunity to reveal some of my strength and wake up those fellows who are eyeing me up. There were many people staring at the devouring island, and Blackwater ancestor felt that it was time to intimidate them. Hearing this, the yellow-robed old monster knew that Blackwater ancestor was truly angry. Although he was afraid of Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou, he wouldn't really kill Yi-chun. However, he wouldn't let Yi-chun have it easy either. Yi-chun would inevitably suffer heavy injuries, and his cultivation base would be greatly damaged. Blackwater ancestors' heavy water true thunder art was quite famous in the southern deep sea. Once the heavy water true thunder was unleashed, nothing could stop it. As Blackwater ancestors' body emitted a frightening aura, the yellow-robed old monster and In-Sky King retreated, giving the two a space to fight. You want to fight? Fine, I'll accompany you. Yi-chun's expression also turned cold. He didn't plan to return empty-handed. Since the other party didn't want to bleed, he would make them bleed a lot. Whatever means you have, use them all. Yi-chun looked at Blackwater ancestor calmly. Courting death. Blackwater ancestor's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was surrounded by a crystalline black water flow. This water flow weighed more than 1,000 caddies, and each drop seemed to be condensed from a pool of water. Within the black water flow, there were even black thunderbolts. If an ordinary person looked at it, they would tremble in fear. Huff! Tearing apart the space, Blackwater ancestor turned into a beam of black light and slapped at Yi-chun. No one knew how Yi-chun pulled out his sword. In the void, a blurry sword light instantly appeared in front of Blackwater ancestor and greeted him. Rumble! With a thunderous explosion, Patriarch Blackwater's palm strike seemed to contain countless bolts of lightning. Anyone who came into contact with his palm strike would immediately be blasted away. The weaker ones would be blasted to death and reduced to ashes. This was mainly because Patriarch Blackwater's water profundity had reached perfection. Furthermore, he had cultivated an ancient palm technique, the heavy water true thunder art. The first step of cultivating the heavy water true thunder art was to perfect the water profundity. Then, he would condense water to produce heavy water. Following that, he would use water lightning to form the heavy water true thunder. The heavy water true thunder was extremely terrifying. It was much more powerful than ordinary water and lightning fusion profundities. However, the sword art that Yi-chun used wasn't weak either. It was the second move of the vibrational sword art, Heaven-Inflicted Sword. The Heaven-Inflicted Sword contained an unimaginable vibrational power that could scatter any object. When Patriarch Blackwater's heavy water true thunder encountered the Heaven-Inflicted Sword, he didn't have time to condense the power to the limit and erupted prematurely. A terrifying shockwave spread out wantonly with the two of them at the center. Billions of tons of seawater were directly sent flying into the sky by the shockwave, causing a storm that was countless times heavier than a torrential downpour. The surrounding islands were instantly annihilated. Not even a bit of debris could be found. The boundless seawater rushed to Blackwater Island that was thousands of miles away. If it wasn't for the protection of the array, Blackwater Island would have been obliterated. A battle between powerful monarchs had always been a devastating disaster. As the palm and sword clashed, both of them retreated. Patriarch Blackwater retreated 3 steps. Yi Chun retreated more than 10 steps. In their first exchange, Yi Chun was at a disadvantage. 4-star Overlord combat power. The yellow-robed old freak was very clear that Patriarch Blackwater hadn't used his full strength. His first palm wasn't his strongest move, so the combat power he revealed was only that of a 4-star Overlord. Although Yi Chun was at a disadvantage, the difference wasn't huge. He should also have the combat power of a 4-star Overlord. After all, there was a small difference between 4-star Overlord and 4-star Overlord. It was impossible for their combat power to be exactly the same. What a powerful palm force. Yi Chun's blood boiled. Patriarch Blackwater's palm strike was like a thunderbolt. Even the heaven-inflicted sword wasn't able to completely dissipate it. It could only detonate it prematurely. However, Yi Chun felt that this result was reasonable. Since Patriarch Blackwater could become the leader of the Blackwater Alliance, he definitely had some ability. His combat power had most likely reached the 5-star Overlord level. That palm strike just now probably wasn't his true strength. 4-star Overlord combat power. No wonder he's so arrogant. Patriarch Blackwater was a little surprised. According to the rumors, Yi Chun's combat power was at most an advanced 4-star. It wouldn't exceed the peak of 4-star. However, that sword strike just now clearly had the combat power of a 4-star Overlord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only taken 10 steps back. Take another Mystic Water Thunderbolt palm. The Heavy Water True Thunder art was a combination of a mental cultivation technique and a palm technique. It contained many palm techniques, and each palm strike contained immense power. This Mystic Water Thunderbolt palm was several times more terrifying than the previous palm strike. It instantly pushed Patriarch Blackwater's combat power to the 5-star level. With a palm strike, the water and lightning kept compressing, condensing into a glass-sized azure pearl in the center of his palm. It's useless no matter how powerful the palm technique is. Yi Chun used his heart sword manipulation ability and stabbed out thousands of swords in one breath. The overlapping sword shadows enveloped Patriarch Blackwater. He didn't even have time to release the power of his palm technique towards Yi Chun. Pitter-patter. Condensed water and lightning sparks splashed on Patriarch Blackwater's protective Shen Yuan. This was the result of Yi Chun's sword energy hitting the protective Shen Yuan. With a puff, a few of the sword energies actually penetrated the protective Shen Yuan and exploded on Patriarch Blackwater's chest, abdomen, and ribs. Even his bones were exposed. What kind of sword art is this? How can it be so fast? Patriarch Blackwater was shocked and retreated continuously. He had a feeling that if he forcefully fought with Yi Chun, he would suffer even more attacks. Yi Chun's sword had already surpassed the normal speed. It even blinded his senses, making it impossible for him to know when Yi Chun would attack and from which angle. Not only was Patriarch Blackwater shocked, but Sky King and the yellow-robed old freak were also shocked. Sky King originally thought that the battle between Patriarch Blackwater and Yi Chun would definitely end with Patriarch Blackwater heavily injuring Yi Chun. It was impossible for the second situation to occur. However, Yi Chun was simply a freak. Although he was slightly inferior in the first exchange, the second time, he immediately reversed the situation and even made Patriarch Blackwater suffer some losses. The yellow-robed old freak's eyesight was much better than Sky King's. He was shocked. Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's Azure Cloud Sword art was said to be unpredictable and untraceable, but it still wasn't as fast as Yi Chun. What kind of sword art did Yi Chun cultivate? It actually made Patriarch Blackwater unable to use his ultimate move. Even he himself couldn't do this. His ultimate move had already been prepared, and he had no choice but to use it. Patriarch Blackwater had no choice but to slap at Yi Chun from a very far distance. That blue pearl instantly transformed into countless thunderbolts, interweaving into a thunderstorm that swept toward Yi Chun. 3 to 5 ordinary peak kings would be annihilated. Unfortunately, the profound water thunderbolt palm could only display its strongest power at close range. Although it was still powerful from a distance, how could it deal with Yi Chun? The Sky Scorpio sword casually slashed twice, and the thunderstorm was torn apart. Yi Chun dashed out from within and slashed at Patriarch Blackwater. This sword surpassed space, and distance seemed to not exist. It instantly slashed at Patriarch Blackwater's body, and the latter's protective Zhen Yuan didn't have the slightest effect. Orbital Kill's secret sword. The second style of the heaven-shattering sword art was completely used for the first time in battle. Puff! Patriarch Blackwater's clothes exploded, revealing a set of black battle armor covered in scales. When the sword Qi slashed at it, it instantly triggered a resistance from the battle armor. The black crystalline light constantly negated the might of the sword Qi, but Patriarch Blackwater was not a battle armor, but a life of flesh and blood. How could he withstand the clash between the battle armor and the sword Qi? He vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back more than 100 kilometers, staggering. Extreme grade battle armor. Yi Chun could naturally see that Patriarch Blackwater's armor was extraordinary. Ordinary half-step extreme grade, or even pseudo-extreme grade battle armor wouldn't be able to block this sword. Only an extreme grade battle armor could counteract the majority of the sword's might. As soon as the orbital kill was used, Yi Chun's battle power instantly rose to 5 stars. Moreover, Patriarch Blackwater's battle power was clearly below Yi Chun's. If Patriarch Blackwater's battle power was low-grade 5 stars, then Yi Chun's battle power was peak low-grade 5 stars, close to mid-grade 5 stars. Patriarch Blackwater, I've said it before, 3 million Zhen Yuan crystals a year, or 15 million in one go. Since you don't want to choose either, I'll have your Blackwater Alliance bleed a lot. I want all the Zhen Yuan crystals. Yi Chun wasn't a pushover. He made up his mind and decided to loot a lot. He was different from other life and death kings. His mental state and spirit body were both extremely high. Moreover, Green Lotus sword arts had long since become a heaven-grade martial art. Adding on his powerful soul power and sword domain, he could bear even more cultivation base. There was no such thing as saturation. Perhaps he could gain 2,000 years of cultivation base in one go. Of course, Blackwater Alliance couldn't possibly have so many Zhen Yuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. After all, Blackwater Alliance's Zhen Yuan crystals were quasi-low grade, and their effects were 5 times weaker. Yi Chun, do you think you've got me? My heavy water, true thunder arts haven't even been completely used yet. I'll show you the might of an ancient martial art, heavy water, true thunder arts. Patriarch Blackwater's face was pale, and blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He sneered disdainfully and rapidly formed seals with both hands. In the next moment, outside his supreme grade battle armor, clumps of water and thunder fused together, forming a dark blue illusory battle armor. This illusory battle armor contained a frightening amount of energy, seemingly stronger than ordinary supreme grade battle armors. Patriarch Blackwater's aura also rose several times because of this illusory battle armor. Evidently, this illusory battle armor could increase Patriarch Blackwater's strength, allowing him to display even greater battle power. Rip! Tearing open the void, Patriarch Blackwater charged at Yi Chun at a speed that was 50% faster than before. He struck out with his mystic water thunderbolt palm once again. Yi Chun had the ability to control his sword with his heart. With his heart, the sword moved. Immediately, the illusory battle armor on Patriarch Blackwater's body erupted with thousands of sparks. One of the invisible sword chi was especially sharp. It followed a certain trajectory and actually sliced open the illusory battle armor. However, the invisible sword chi's might was reduced by more than half. It was unable to injure Patriarch Blackwater through the supreme grade battle armor. Patriarch Blackwater, who had 2 layers of defense, was probably second only to the Nirvana Demon Emperor among all the titled monarchs that Yi Chun had seen. Of course, this was because Yi Chun had never seen the means of other titled monarchs. Ha! Die! Finally approaching Yi Chun, Patriarch Blackwater struck out with his palm. Patriarch Blackwater, it's too early for you to be happy. Yi Chen's body trembled as he released his 3rd layer sword domain. The shattered space, the leaking spatial force, and the chaotic forces all came to a halt under the suppression of the sword domain. Patriarch Blackwater's speed was originally very fast, but once he was enveloped by the powerful sword domain, his speed slowed down by more than 10 times. In Yi Chen's eyes, he was like a turtle crawling. He was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. Chapter 948. That's the 3rd sword domain. Not good. Brother Blackwater is in danger. The yellow-robed old man's eyes almost popped out. He had never imagined that Yi Chen's sword domain would break through to the 3rd sword domain. He was very clear about how terrifying the 3rd sword domain was. He remembered that 10 years ago, he had personally witnessed 3 titled monarchs ganging up on the Azure Sky Sword Emperor in a king-grade forbidden ground in the starry sky. Among these 3 titled monarchs, one was a high-grade 5-star monarch, while the other 2 were mid-grade 5-star monarchs. When they joined forces, they could practically walk unhindered among 5-star titled monarchs. However, the Azure Sky Sword Emperor was even more tyrannical. With his 3rd sword domain, he was actually able to suppress them. In the end, the battle ended on a sour note. In the eyes of the yellow-robed old man, the 3rd sword domain had all sorts of terrifying aspects. Firstly, it could produce an unparalleled sword pressure on the opponent. Secondly, it could seal the space, making it unbreakable. Thirdly, it could multiply the speed of the person who released the sword domain, increasing the might of his sword art. It was so powerful that it could strike fear in the hearts of others. Although there were some titled monarchs as powerful as the Azure Sky Sword Emperor, such as Su King, Air Emperor, Black Dragon Ancestor, and Zhan Tinxiang Emperor, the one the yellow-robed old man feared the most was the Azure Sky Sword Emperor. This was because he couldn't even escape if he encountered the Azure Sky Sword Emperor. His sword domain could completely trap him. Of course, Su King and Air Emperor were also very powerful. They weren't the slightest bit inferior to the Azure Sky Sword Emperor. The 2 of them were proficient in spatial profundity. The Azure Sky Sword Emperor's sword domain could only exert some pressure on them. Moreover, they all had their own unique techniques. Especially Su King, he was faintly superior to the rest. The moment Yi Chen's sword domain appeared, the yellow-robed old man immediately knew that the Blackwater ancestor wouldn't be a match for Yi Chen. Fortunately, Yi Chen's sword domain wasn't as terrifying as the Azure Sky Sword Emperor's. It was only at the early stage 3rd sword domain. Moreover, his battle prowess was far from the Azure Sky Sword Emperor's. As long as he made a move, he could still force the Azure Sky Sword Emperor back. In the blink of an eye, the Blackwater ancestor's speed was reduced by 10 times under Yi Chen's sword domain. On the other hand, Yi Chen's sword speed had doubled. Bang! Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen slashed at Ancestor Blackwater's body 3 times in a row. The first and second strikes shattered Patriarch Blackwater's illusory armor. The 3rd strike caused Patriarch Blackwater's body to tremble violently as though he had been struck by lightning. Immediately, half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. All three swords were the heaven-inflicted sword, and they were unleashed at close range. The heaven-inflicted sword had boundless destructive power. Patriarch Blackwater's illusory armor indeed had astonishing defensive power, but it ultimately couldn't compare to the Nirvana Demon Emperor's Mystic Essence Pagoda. The Mystic Essence Pagoda's defensive power couldn't even be broken through by Yuan Emperor's avatar. As for Yi Chen's heaven-inflicted sword, its offensive power seemed inferior to Patriarch Blackwater's true thunder art. However, its ability to penetrate through defense and attack exceeded the true thunder art. With the powerful vibrational force, Yi Chen's first strike caused Patriarch Blackwater's blood to boil and his quintessential essence to turn chaotic. The illusory armor revealed a flaw. The second strike carried an unimaginable vibrational force and broke through the illusory armor in one fell swoop. Without the illusory armor, how could Patriarch Blackwater block the heaven-inflicted sword that could destroy stars with just his supreme-grade battle armor? The terrifying vibrational force passed through the supreme-grade battle armor and into Patriarch Blackwater's body before exploding. It was as though countless bombs had been buried in Patriarch Blackwater's body, completely detonating them. Ah! Patriarch Blackwater screamed. With the remaining half of his body borrowing the explosive force, he desperately retreated. He hadn't cultivated to the realm of blood rebirth. Yi Chen's strike not only caused him to lose a large amount of cultivation, but also caused him to suffer fundamental damage. Even if his cultivation recovered, it would take him a year and a half to return to his peak. Yi Chen, don't be impudent. The yellow-robed old man had suffered from the heaven-inflicted sword's destructive power. He stretched his body and shuttled back and forth like a yellow cloud. Seeing that Yi Chen was about to strike again, he flicked his fingers repeatedly. Dozens of finger forces that were as soft as silk wrapped around Yi Chen, flickering with a yellow light. Gold jade silk finger. And what a sharp and soft finger force. This silk finger force could cut through gold and break jade. Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan couldn't block it at all. Just when the silk finger force was about to cut Yi Chen into pieces, Yi Chen took a step forward. As if he had teleported, he escaped from the silk finger force's entanglement using the space profound movement skill. After completing the second style of the heaven-shattering sword arts, Yi Chen's space profound movement skill had become even more mysterious. Each of his movements followed the ripples of space, moving freely without any wind. At this moment, even if the Nirvana Demon Emperor at his peak came to kill Yi Chen would still have the confidence to escape. How could the yellow-robed old man's silk finger force do anything to him? You broke my gold jade silk finger so easily. Good. I wonder how you will break my yellow dragon flying hands next. The yellow-robed old man's huge hand grinded in the void, as if he was spinning a huge millstone. In the next moment, the space was torn apart, and a huge yellow dragon charged at Yi Chen. The yellow dragon moved like a beam of light, and was almost impossible to catch. Yellow dragon flying hands was a martial skill that specialized in speed. It specialized in restraining life and death kings who were too fast to escape. With this skill, the yellow-robed old man had once killed a peak king who had provoked him. Although that peak king was not as powerful as Yi Chen and was proficient in the space profound, he was proficient in the wind profound and thunder profound. With these two profounds as the foundation, he had created a wind-thunder escape art. Ordinary titled monarchs could not do anything to him. Sword Domain, Big Dipper 7-star sword arts combined. Yi Chen released the third layer of Sword Domain to the limit, instantly enveloping the yellow-robed old man. At the same time, he threw out his right hand, and the Sky Scorpio sword floated in the air, blossoming with resplendent starlight. As the starlight flickered continuously, 7 different starlight sword images appeared. These 7 sword images formed the Big Dipper 7-star sword arts, brimming with killing intent. Go! As Yi Chun pointed out his right sword finger, 7 sword images flickered and shot out. Like a torrential rain on pear blossoms, the 7 sword images turned into 49 sword images, which then turned illusory and hid in the void. In the next moment, only starlight could be seen flickering, but no sword images could be seen. It was like a sky full of stars, shrouding everything in front of it. Puff, 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 puff. Although the huge yellow dragon formed from the palm energy was extremely fast, it was useless in the face of this sword technique that covered the heavens and earth. The countless streaks of sword light that resembled shooting stars slashed at its body, causing it to lose its strength continuously. Just the Big Dipper 7-star sword art alone couldn't be considered as Yi Chen's killing move, and could only be considered as a finishing move. However, with the 3rd layer of sword domain, the Big Dipper 7-star sword art's power and speed increased greatly, and the sword intent it contained was even more concentrated. In short, the sword domain was like an amplifier, greatly increasing the power of the sword control art. Of course, the prerequisite was that the opponent was within the range of the sword domain. Otherwise, the Big Dipper 7-star sword art wouldn't be enough. Unless Yi Chun could cultivate the sword control art to the level of 64 simultaneous swords, and then use the 8 trigrams extermination sword art, it would become Yi Chen's killing move even without relying on sword domain. Unfortunately, the sword control art was getting harder and harder to cultivate. According to the legends, there was indeed someone who cultivated the sword control art to the level of 72 simultaneous swords at the Sea of Soul realm. However, that person only cultivated the sword control art for his entire life, and the others were just supplementary skills. He spent his entire life cultivating the sword control art to the level of 72 simultaneous swords. How many years had Yi Chun cultivated it? Plus, at that time, the defensive sword spell had not been lost, and there were still a lot of people training it. Some of the martial geniuses were standing on the shoulders of the older generation, so it was not strange at all for them to be able to train it quickly. It was just like if there was a senior who had trained the defensive sword spell and told him his experience, he would also be able to train it quickly and reach the realm of 72 or even 81 sword attacks in a short time. Right now, Yi Chen's sword control art had already reached the level of 56 simultaneous swords. He was not far from using the 8 trigrams extermination sword art, only a few steps away. No matter what, only in Yi Chen's hands would the sword control art be able to flourish and become famous. Yi Chen's soul might not be able to stand at the top of the world, but it would at least be the best in this generation. Under the attack of countless meteor sword lights, the huge yellow dragon only lasted for a breath's time before turning into ashes. Swish! Swish! The remaining meteor sword lights shot toward the yellow-robed old man, slicing through the space. You're even proficient in the lost sword control art. Moreover, its might is several times greater than the legendary sword control art. Take a look at my great Luo yellow robe. The yellow-robed old man made a prompt decision and tore off his yellow robe. As his Zhen Yuan surged, the yellow robe seemed to be filled with air and expanded unceasingly. In the end, it reached several li in circumference and covered the sky, blocking in front of the yellow-robed old man. As soon as the meteor sword lights came in contact with the huge yellow robe, they disappeared without a trace, unable to deal much damage to the old man. They couldn't even threaten him. A veteran-titled monarch is indeed a veteran-titled monarch. Old ancestor Blackwater can't compare to him. Yi Chun wasn't surprised. As a veteran-titled monarch, the yellow-robed old man definitely had many methods and treasures. After all, the stronger one was, the higher the chance of obtaining treasures. The weaker ones wouldn't even dare to enter dangerous places, so naturally they wouldn't be able to obtain powerful treasures. With Yi Chen's eyesight, it wasn't hard to tell that the yellow-robed old man's yellow robe should be a mid-tier peak-grade treasure. It wasn't something ordinary peak-grade treasures could compare to. The Big Dipper 7-star sword art didn't pose any threat to the yellow-robed old man. Yi Chen immediately stopped the execution of this sword art. A slit opened on his forehead, and a silver vertical eye appeared. So light. Pooh! A silver beam of light shot out from the silver vertical eye. The yellow robe could contain qi, but it couldn't contain soul power. The silver beam of light passed through the robe without any obstruction and entered the old man's soul sea. Soul whirlpool. Absorb. The yellow-robed old man didn't guard against Yi Chen's soul attack. However, his reaction wasn't slow either. He immediately condensed a soul whirlpool in his soul sea and sucked in the silver light. Crackle! The silver light's power was immense. It was Yi Chen's innate ability. The soul whirlpool only absorbed half of the silver light's power before it was destroyed. In the next moment, the yellow-robed old man bled from his 7 orifices. His soul was injured. Actually, if he had been prepared earlier, it would have been much better. Unfortunately, the yellow robe was too huge, so he couldn't sense the silver light's arrival immediately. Chapter 949. Yi Chen, how dare you injure my soul? A venomous look flashed across the yellow-robed old man's face. The soul was different from the body. If it was injured, it would be very difficult to recover. If the body was injured, it could be healed with some heavenly materials or some time. For example, if Patriarch Blackwater was injured by Yi Chen, he could recover to his peak in a year or so without any treasures or pills. But if his soul was injured, it was different. Even if he cultivated for 8 to 10 years, he might not be able to recover. Although Yi Chen's soul attack hadn't injured his soul, it had caused cracks to appear in his soul. His powerful cultivation base was starting to show signs of being unable to control it. The soul was too important. It could be said to be a person's origin. Yellow-robed old man, today's matter had nothing to do with you. Since you forcefully interfered, you have to pay a price. What? Are you not satisfied? Yi Chen knew that the yellow-robed old man wasn't a good person. Since he had injured him today, he definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. However, Yi Chen himself wasn't a good person either. Great sages always abided by the rule of, if others didn't offend me, I wouldn't offend others. But if someone offended him, even the heavens would make a hole in that person. These words were said with a biting, cold-killing intent, and a powerful sword intent was activated. Then, with the power of the sword-driving heart, he struck out fiercely. The yellow-robed old man groaned. Yi Chen's sword intent and heart sword ability were too powerful. He could actually condense his sword intent into a heart sword and attack the yellow-robed old man's soul. With his soul being attacked, the yellow-robed old man's battle intent fell again and again. It was already not bad if he could use 70 to 80% of his strength. Yi Chen, I hope you don't regret this. The yellow-robed old man actually still had some trump cards that he hadn't used. However, he knew that the current Yi Chen had already matured. Even if he used his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Instead, he would expose his own trump cards. Furthermore, his soul had been slightly injured. If he didn't immediately think of a way to heal it, it would be too great a side effect on his future cultivation. So, after saying that, the yellow-robed old man ignored Patriarch Blackwater. He directly transformed into a yellow cloud and tore through the void, flying away. The Heavenly King, was scared silly. Even Patriarch Blackwater and the yellow-robed old freak, two Thear-cranked monarchs, couldn't do anything to Yi Chun. Instead, they were both injured by him. Now that the yellow-robed old freak had left, how could the Blackwater Alliance stop Yi Chun? Patriarch Blackwater, what do you think? I don't have much time to waste with you. In 3 breaths of time, if you don't tell me where the Blackwater Alliance's Zhen Yuan crystal treasury is, I'll kill you. It's not easy for you to cultivate to this level. If you die, you'll die in vain. Yi Chun knew that killing a titled monarch was very difficult. For example, he could only defeat the yellow-robed old freak, but he couldn't kill him. This was because the yellow-robed old freak's cultivation was too profound. Unless he continuously used soul attacks, even if Yi Chun exhausted his Zhen Yuan, he still wouldn't be able to kill him. As for soul light, Yi Chun could only use it 5 times. After that, he would lose his battle power. If he used it 4 times, he would at most be able to injure the yellow-robed old freak's soul, just like the Nirvana Demon Emperor. Moreover, the yellow-robed old freak definitely had more trump cards. If he wanted to kill him, Yi Chun only had 60% confidence. However, Patriarch Blackwater wasn't the yellow-robed old freak. Yi Chun had more than 90% confidence in killing him. You dare. As his flesh squirmed, Patriarch Blackwater's missing half of his body rapidly recovered. Hearing Yi Chun's threat, Patriarch Blackwater's face turned green, and his expression turned sinister. You tell me if I dare or not. As the sword domain enveloped Patriarch Blackwater, Yi Chun raised his right hand, and the Sky Scorpio sword shot out a 10-meter-long purple sword chi, which swept past Patriarch Blackwater's waist. The sword domain's restriction on Patriarch Blackwater was too strong, and Yi Chun's attack in the sword domain had doubled in both speed and power. Patriarch Blackwater only had time to move a dozen steps before he was fiercely brushed by the purple sword chi. With the protection of the supreme grade battle armor, the purple sword chi couldn't cut through. However, the powerful vibrating power wasn't something the armor could completely block. With a puff, Patriarch Blackwater's waist exploded into a bloody mist, and blood splashed out through the gaps of the armor. With the amplification of the sword domain, Yi Chun's heaven-inflicted sword had a huge destructive power against kings of the same realm. Ah, Patriarch Blackwater screamed miserably. He roared, Yi Chun, my cultivation base is over 1,500 years, and I can endlessly use the undying body to recover. You can't kill me. Blood lightning escape. The sanguine lightning escape was an escape technique recorded in the heavy water True Thunder art. It allowed Patriarch Blackwater to escape countless calamities. With a whoosh, Patriarch Blackwater transformed into a sanguine bolt of lightning and shot into the distance. Let's see if your blood lightning escape is stronger or my orbital step is stronger. Orbital step was a space-profound movement skill created by Yi Chun based on the second style of the heaven-shattering sword arts. Its movement path was the same as the ripples of space, which was why it was called orbital step. Taking a step forward, Yi Chun's figure directly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Black Water Ancestor's blood-colored lightning. His speed was unimaginable. Sword domain, maximum range. A majestic sword pressure was released, and the blood-colored lightning slightly paused. Kill! Without showing any mercy, Yi Chun slashed over. With a crack, the blood-colored lightning was split into 2, and Patriarch Blackwater tumbled out with a pale face. One of his right arms was gone, and blood splattered everywhere. Yi Chun, you are going too far. If I had known this would happen, I would have personally taken action and killed you to prevent any future troubles. Patriarch Blackwater felt despair. Even the blood lightning escape couldn't escape from Yi Chun's pursuit. He had no other means left. Stubborn fool. Big Dipper 7-star sword arts. Yi Chun was a little angry. This old man wouldn't repent until he saw his coffin. There was no need to be polite with him. Countless meteor sword beams shot out towards Patriarch Blackwater. Patriarch Blackwater was about to circulate his cultivation technique and condense an illusory armor, but Yi Chen was one step ahead of him. A soul light struck his sea of soul, making him unable to control his quintessential essence. Clang! Clang! Patriarch Blackwater was sent tumbling by the meteor sword beams, and his quintessential essence flowed rapidly. The Big Dipper 7-star sword arts was a powerful sword, art among the imperial sword arts. As long as Yi Chen didn't stop, he could use it forever. In the void, only meteors could be seen. Stop, quickly stop. I will tell you where the quintessential essence crystal treasury is. Patriarch Blackwater was afraid. Not only was his quintessential essence flowing rapidly, but his injuries were also worsening. Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was a great counter to the undying body, and it became more obvious as time went on. Take me there now. Yi Chen stopped attacking. Alliance Master, are we really going to take him to the quintessential essence crystal treasury? Sky King transmitted to Patriarch Blackwater. Patriarch Blackwater replied coldly, "Let him be arrogant for a while. When he leaves, I will immediately join forces with the Demon God Cult, Black Fiend Island, and Old Monster Redwater to attack the Yi clan." Sky King hesitated and said, "Xianhou and Demon Flower Emperor will definitely help him. It won't be easy to deal with him." "Humph, our Blackwater Alliance is already established. We need to join forces with more titled monarchs. Didn't Patriarch Golden Turtle say he wants half of the devoured islands? I will agree to it. Patriarch Golden Turtle." Sky King jumped in fright. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was an old antique who had not appeared in the world for a very long time. Not many people knew of him. The outside world only knew of the Void Emperor, and other famous titled monarchs. Little did they know that among the titled monarchs, the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was definitely a character several times stronger than the Void Emperor. 100 years ago, the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor had once made a move and sent the powerful Battle Heaven's Elephant Emperor flying several thousand miles away, shocking the entire monarch realm. This time, Patriarch Golden Turtle came out of seclusion and sent a messenger over to ask Blackwater Alliance to hand over half of the devoured islands. Patriarch Blackwater was a bit hesitant, but now he had no other choice. With Patriarch Golden Turtle taking action, whether it's Demon Flower Emperor or Xianhou, they are nothing to worry about. Alliance Master is wise. Sky King looked at Yi Chen with a trace of pity, forcing me to make a choice. This time, I want him to spit out everything he took. I heard that the Yi clan still has 81 spirit veins. I will take them all. Blackwater Alliance's Zhen Yuan Crystal Treasury wasn't on Blackwater Island, but at the bottom of the sea far away from it. It was covered in a large amount of silt, and under the silt was a naturally formed rock layer. Inside the rock layer, there was a formation with a soul stone as the core. It was easy to ignore it with soul power. If not for Patriarch Blackwater leading the way, Yi Chen definitely wouldn't be able to find this place. Entering the Zhen Yuan Crystal Treasury, Yi Chen finally knew how rich Blackwater Alliance was. Not only were there mountains of Zhen Yuan crystals, there were also countless upper-grade spirit stones, and even a lot of extreme-grade spirit stones. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen directly plundered all the Zhen Yuan crystals. After a rough count, there were at least 30 million quintessence crystals here. 2 million quasi-low-grade Zhen Yuan crystals could increase Yi Chen's cultivation base by 50 years. 30 million quasi-low-grade Zhen Yuan crystals could increase his cultivation base by more than 750 years. Adding Yi Chen's original cultivation base, it was more or less 1,000 years. There was still a big gap between 1,000 years of cultivation base and 1,000 years of cultivation base. 1,000 years of cultivation base meant that one's cultivation base wouldn't be too weak, and rarely would one run out of Zhen Yuan. Even if one encountered someone with a higher cultivation base, one would at least have the confidence to fight back. Otherwise, with Yi Chen's 200 years of cultivation base, he would be easily exhausted by his opponent. After all, which titled monarch didn't have 1,000 years of cultivation base? Watching from the side, Patriarch Blackwater felt a bit regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have promised Yi Chen to give him 3 million Zhen Yuan crystals a year. It should be known that these 30 million Zhen Yuan crystals were decades of savings of Blackwater Alliance. Although the Devouring Island could produce 20 to 30 million Zhen Yuan crystals a year, at least half of it was given to life and death kings who knew about it. The remaining 90% was divided among the 20 life and death kings of Blackwater Alliance. Under normal circumstances, it would be good if Patriarch Blackwater could save 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals a year. The increase of cultivation base requires a more powerful mind and soul. In a short period of time, he can only use a few million Zhen Yuan crystals at most. Patriarch Blackwater comforted himself. He didn't believe that Yi Chen could convert 30 million Zhen Yuan crystals into cultivation base at once. It was almost impossible. Chapter 950. After plundering all the Zhen Yuan crystals, Yi Chen waved his hand, and the mountainous pile of supreme grade spirit stones turned into a flood and flowed into his storage ring. Yi Chen, you Blackwater ancestor, was furious. The most important thing in the treasury was naturally the 30 million Zhen Yuan crystals, followed closely by the 5 million supreme grade spirit stones. Although supreme grade spirit stones were not as valuable as Zhen Yuan crystals were, after all, rare commodities. If not for the Devouring Island, it would be impossible for Blackwater Alliance to have so many Zhen Yuan crystals. It could be said that supreme grade spirit stones were the hard currency among the kings of Elysium. Yi Chen taking away more than 5 million supreme grade spirit stones in one go infuriated Blackwater ancestor. Yi Chen glanced sideways at him and didn't pay any attention to him. Resources had to be fought for by oneself. Yi Chen naturally didn't want to seize the resources of those upright people. However, the Blackwater Alliance was different. If he didn't seize them, Yi Chen would have to work 10 times harder to reach the peak. In this world, only the strong were respected. In fact, any world could only be ruled by the strong. Yi Chen didn't want to change the world. Therefore, he wanted to be the strong of this world. After taking more than 5 million supreme grade spirit stones, Yi Chen had more than 7 million supreme grade spirit stones on him. Among them, more than 1 million belonged to the Fire Emperor. He originally had less than 1/10 of the total. As for the remaining upper grade spirit stones in the Zhen Yuan crystal treasury, Yi Chen mercilessly plundered them. He had no use for the upper grade spirit stones, but the Yi family or the martial sect he would establish in the future would be able to use them. If one wanted to continue to prosper, resources would be a necessity. The consumption of resources for a martial sect would be terrifying, worthy of being the Blackwater Alliance. There are more than 800 million upper grade spirit stones. Adding the ones I have on me, I have more than 1 billion. What kind of concept was 1 billion upper grade spirit stones? It was enough to support a 5th grade sect for countless years. A titled monarch might not use upper grade spirit stones to cultivate, but upon seeing 1 billion upper grade spirit stones, they would definitely snatch them back. Patriarch Blackwater, thank you for your hospitality. The grudge between us has been settled. Goodbye. Yi Chen could not wait to use the quintessential crystals to increase his cultivation. As soon as he spoke, he executed the lunar path and disappeared from the quintessential crystal treasury. When he reappeared, he was already on the surface of the ocean. Whoosh! Yichen flew through the air. Damn it, I must kill him. Ancestor Blackwater roared and cracked the quintessential essence crystal treasury with a palm strike. Seawater surged in through the cracks. Kill him! Heavenly King was also very aggrieved. He watched helplessly as Yichen plundered all the wealth of the Blackwater Alliance. Although this wealth had nothing to do with him, he was envious. He never expected Patriarch Blackwater to have so much wealth. Alliance Master, are we going to Golden Turtle Island now? The Sky King asked. Patriarch Blackwater took a few deep breaths and said with a gloomy voice, I want to recover my soul injury first, then go to Golden Turtle Island to discuss the matter of destroying the Yi family and killing Yichun. The soul injury could not be delayed for even a moment. It was related to Patriarch Blackwater's future. Fortunately, the Blackwater Alliance was a big family, and there were still some treasures that could heal soul injuries. As for dealing with Yichun, this matter would have to be planned out in the long run. He did not want to teach the latter a lesson and make him spit out all the resources he had swallowed. He wanted to completely kill Yichun and destroy the entire Yi family. The men would be killed by 1,000 cuts and thrown into the ocean to feed the fish, and the women would all be beaten into slaves. Yichun is dead for sure this time. Once Golden Turtle Ancestor makes a move, how can he survive? Sky King seemed to be able to see the scene of Yi Chen's unwillingness to die. Returning to the Yi family in South Ridra region, Yi Chen immediately went into closed-door training and started refining Zhenyuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. This was a spacious stone room. The length and width of the room were each more than 300 feet, and the height was more than 10 feet. There were lamps hanging on the walls, and in the center of the room, there was a square stone platform with a navy blue praying mat placed on it. Sitting on the cushion, Yichun rubbed his storage ring with his fingers. Suddenly, a huge amount of Zhenyuan crystals poured out, forming a small hill beside the stone platform. I wonder if these 30 million Zhenyuan crystals can reach my saturation limit. No, one could endlessly increase their cultivation base, and it was impossible for Yichun without a powerful mental state and soul. Even if one refined 100 million Zhenyuan crystals into Zhenyuan, the Zhenyuan would leak out and scatter in the world, which would be a waste of effort. Normally, a life and death king who had just entered life and death realm would not have more than 100 years of cultivation base. Geniuses would not have more than 300 years of cultivation base. After reaching the saturation limit, one would have to slowly increase the mental state and soul's strength. For example, if one only had the strength of 100 gene, but after going through arduous training, it would become 150 gene, 200 gene, and even more. This required a process and could not be accomplished in one go. However, Yichun not only had a powerful mental state and soul, but his martial art was also a heaven realm martial art, which was top-notch in every aspect. This meant that he would be able to bear more cultivation base, but where his limit was, even Yichun did not know. Begin refining. With a wave of his hand, more than 100,000 Zhenyuan crystals floated above Yi Chen's head. With the circulation of green lotus sword arts, a powerful Zhenyuan wrapped around these crystals and rapidly refined them. After attaining the undying body-flesh derivation realm, Yi Chen's entire body could store Zhenyuan except for the Sea of Soul. Of course, the Dantian could store the most Zhenyuan. Only after reaching the blood rebirth realm would the Dantian gradually lose its function and become indistinguishable from the other parts. 100,000 Zhenyuan crystals, 500,000 Zhenyuan crystals, 2 million Zhenyuan crystals. Zhenyuan crystals were excessively pure. With just a bit of refining, they could be converted into Zhenyuan. In a short 2 hours, Yi Chen's cultivation base increased by another 50 years, surpassing 300 years. The refining continued. 350 years of cultivation base. 400 years of cultivation base. 600 years of cultivation base. A horrifying aura filled up the entire stone room. If it were not for the fact that the stone room was covered with a restriction, it would not be able to handle the powerful pressure from Yi Chen's body at all. Soon, Yi Chen's cultivation base surpassed 800 years. It seemed like there was no limit on Yi Chen's body. His cultivation base increased faster and faster, showing no signs of slowing down at all. 900 years. 1,000 years. Boom. The stone room shook slightly. The light on the surface kept flashing. This was a sign that the aura was so powerful that it clashed with the restriction. 1,050 years. 1,080 years. In the end, Yi Chen's cultivation base stopped at 1,080 years. It was not because Yi Chen had reached his limit, but because the 30 million Zhenyuan crystals had been used up. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen slowly let out a mouthful of turbid qi. This mouthful of turbid qi was so powerful that it even melted part of the restriction on the stone room's surface, making a sizzling sound. 1,080 years of cultivation base is actually not my limit. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Then, he burst out with a heroic spirit. This meant that he could continue to use external items to raise his cultivation base. With his current cultivation base, although he was still at the bottom among titled monarchs, his potential was limitless. Sooner or later, he would surpass 2,000 years or even 3,000 years, and reach the level of the Dragon King. Creak. Clenching his fist tightly, Yi Chen felt a volcanic eruption of energy rushing to the center of his fist. The level of one's cultivation base did not have much of an impact on one's battle prowess. However, it did not mean that there was no impact at all. The higher one's cultivation base, the more Zhenyuan each move would contain. Their battle prowess would more or less increase. At this moment, Yi Chen's battle prowess had reached a whole new level. All of a sudden, Yi Chen felt his consciousness becoming clearer. Without using any soul power, he could clearly feel the subtle changes of the heaven and earth, the undulations of the air, the fluctuations of the restrictions' power. Everything was vivid in his mind. The flowers and grasses outside the stone room were growing tenaciously. When the wind blew through the leaves, it transmitted an imperceptible energy into the room. He could even feel a trace of the undulations in the depths of the earth. My cultivation base has suddenly increased by several times, allowing me to experience the changes of this world. Yi Chen suddenly understood. Life was like a magnetic field. When one was weak, the magnetic field would be too weak, and the outside world would be hazy. One would need to use the naked eye to see and observe. The spirit body was just a body, and it did not have the advantage of observing the outside world. On the other hand, cultivation base was what a person had the most contact with the outside world. This was because cultivation base was transformed from the Yuan Qi of the world, and it was the bridge between humans and the world. 1,000 years of cultivation base could be said to be a checkpoint for life and death kings. After crossing it, a whole new world would appear before Yi Chen's eyes. Defensive sword art. Pensive, Yi Chen's thoughts moved, and the sky Scorpio sword floated out, splitting into 3, then 60, 62, 64, 66. Unknowingly, Yi Chen's defensive sword art had already surpassed the level of 64 swords, and he could already use the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Apart from this, Yi Chen could clearly feel that his soul strength was increasing. The amount of soul didn't change, but the soul strength increased. This was a qualitative improvement. For example, although the soul of Yuan Emperor's doppelganger was not much, its quality was too frightening. It could use a powerful soul attack, like Primordial Spirit Lock, to obliterate the opponent's soul source. On the other hand, Yi Chen's soul attack could only injure the opponent's soul. Among life and death kings, there were strong and weak souls. The increase in quantity was very slow, but the increase in quality could be a bit faster. The strengthening of the soul was closely related to the increase in cultivation base. After each saturation, the process of breaking through the limit was also the process of the soul strengthening. If the soul didn't strengthen, how could it bear more cultivation base? Of course, Yi Chun was an exception. He hadn't reached the saturation limit, but because his cultivation base had suddenly increased from 200 years to 1,000 years, the improvement was too huge, causing a change in his soul. Before, Yi Chen's soul hadn't been completely aroused. Just like the majority of people's brains, some people were smart because their brains were developed to a high degree. Chapter 9, 51. So it turns out that my soul potential has not been fully activated. Yi Chen understood. No wonder he felt that although his comprehension had increased, it was not 10 times that of others. At most, it was only a few times. It seems like I can start creating the third movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell now. The first movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell was Waning Moon, and the second was Congealing Water. The third movement was very difficult for Yi Chen, mainly because Yi Chen's Metal Profound and Water Profound had already reached completion. With these two profounds as the foundation, creating a powerful sword movement was not something that could be done in a day and required a lot of accumulation. In the sword world, Yi Chen had seen thousands of sword arts. Adding on the increase in his comprehension, he felt that it was time to create the third movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell. But before that, there was one more thing he had to do, which was to integrate the Yi family, the Sky Cloud Martial School, and the Changtian Martial School, and create a new martial school. Actually, I have wanted to talk to you about this for a long time. Spirit Beauty Peak, one of the main peaks of the Yi family. In the courtyard at the top of the peak, Yi Tianhao, Shen Yuqing, and Yi Chen were drinking tea at the stone table. Father, Yi Chen looked at Yi Tianhao. Shen Yuqing smiled and said, I have discussed with your father, and we feel that you should create a martial school. With your current position, only the founder is worthy of your identity. Plus, we also know that you can't let go of the Sky Cloud Martial School. If you don't create a martial school, it will be hard for you to take care of the Sky Cloud Martial School. If you don't create a martial school, it will be hard for you to take care of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and there will be a grudge in your heart. In that case, why not create a martial school? Many martial schools have many families anyway. Families and sects did not contradict each other. Sects were all about the origin and could accommodate families. For example, in some sects there were many factions, and some families were the most powerful. Families, on the other hand, focused on bloodline and loyalty. After all, everyone had the same blood flowing in their veins. However, families also had their weaknesses, and that was that they could not stay strong for long. After all, no matter how many people there were in a family, it was still limited. With enough luck, it was fine to have many geniuses, but without enough luck, the family would decline. Although the Yi family was a fifth-rank family, now, if Yi Chen was not here, in a few hundred years, the Yi family might become a ninth-rank family again, or even not. Sects were different. As long as you were a genius, you could be recruited into the sect and trained well. If you were good, loyalty would not be a problem. The entire Elysium was out, that there were no geniuses. What do the others in the family think? Yi Chen asked. Yi Tianhao said, most of them support it. Only a few are not willing to give up on the Yi family's glory. They think that creating a new sect is not good for the Yi family. But the minority follows the majority, so it's normal for some to oppose it. Oh, right, Chen, what do you want to name this sect? Shen Yuqing asked curiously. Yi Chen cleared his throat. Although nothing has been decided yet, I've thought of a name. Let's call it Sword Master, my original title. Sword Master. Sword Master. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing's eyes brightened up. Sword Master was Yi Chen's title in the master level, which meant that it was way too powerful. But it also brought a lot of trouble. Judging by the name alone, amongst all the sword martial schools, the Sword Master would definitely be the most powerful one. Good name. Yi Tianhao could not help but shout. But what about Sky Sword Continent? Shen Yuqing was a bit worried. Sky Sword Continent was the holy land of sword arts. Since Yi Chun named the sect Sword Master, the king-level warriors of Sky Sword Continent would definitely be very dissatisfied. They might even come to cause trouble. A king-level warrior coming to cause trouble was not a small matter. In the future, when people from Sword Sect went out, it would be very dangerous. Yi Chen smiled. It's okay. The sect has not been created yet. Once it is, I will be confident. Creating a sect was not a small matter. He had to confirm it first. After all, whether it could be created or not was still unknown. It depended on the attitude of Sky Cloud Martial School and Zhangtian Martial School. Of course, if he could establish it, his burden would be even heavier. He had to increase his strength as fast as possible. Once his battle strength reached the level of a 5-star Tyrant, even if Sky Sword Continent wanted to provoke him, they would have to think twice. If he could reach 6-star battle strength, no one would dare to provoke him. That would simply be seeking death. The current leader of Sky Cloud Martial School was Luo Hanshan. In the main hall, not only Luo Hanshan was there, but also the Supreme Master and many inner elders of Sky Cloud Martial School. I agree to merge Sky Cloud Martial School with the new sect. Everyone knows about Yi Chen's power and potential. He will definitely make this new sect one of the top few martial schools in Elysium. If Sky Cloud Martial School does not agree to join the new sect, although there might be a life and death realm warrior in the future, and turn it into a rank 5 martial school, that will be during peaceful times. Right now, the alien race's calamity is approaching, and Yi Chun is only one person. He cannot protect both the Yi family and Sky Cloud Martial School at the same time. At that time, whether Sky Cloud Martial School can survive or not is still unknown. Right now, Luo Hanshan's cultivation base had already reached the peak of Mid-Sea of Soul's realm, only one step away from Late Sea of Soul's realm. However, his wife, Zhu Mei, was even more powerful, having already reached Late Sea of Soul's realm. The two were now one of the top 5 warriors of Sky Cloud Martial School. The leader of the top 5 was Zhang Haoran, who had reached the peak of Late Sea of Soul's realm. I agree as well. Zhang Haoran had calmed down a lot. Between his eyebrows, there seemed to be a sense of determination and dignity. Leader, actually, we can also temporarily join this martial school and leave after the alien race's calamity is over. After all, Yi Chun is our great master. He should not make things difficult for us. Some of the older inner masters were not willing to join the new martial school. They had too deep feelings for the Sky Cloud Martial School, and they did not want the school to disappear in the long river of history. Luo Hanshan sighed and said, "The leader position of a martial school is not only passed down from generation to generation, but also to the most capable ones. Actually, there is nothing wrong with joining this martial school. It is not like becoming someone else's slave. As long as you have enough talent and achievements in 100 years or even hundreds of years, anyone would have the chance to become the leader. Moreover, Yi Chun suggested that the new martial school should have 3 main halls, one of which would be the Sky Cloud Hall. The hall leader would be our Sky Cloud Hall. Luo Han's Han did not have any ambition for the position of the leader. He had always been envious of Yi Chun, who had been traveling around the world. For him, or for most of the geniuses, cultivation was the most important thing. As for the founder of the Sky Cloud Martial School, it was not Luo Hanshan's ancestor. Every generation, the most capable person would be the leader. If Yi Chun had agreed, he would have become the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, deep down in Luo Hanshan's heart, he did not think it was a big deal to join a new martial school. He believed that after tens or hundreds of years, people would also develop feelings for the new martial school. Since there are people who agree and people who disagree, let's vote by raising our hands. At this moment, Luo Xinglie, Luo Hanshan's father, stood out. Yes, let's vote by raising our hands. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer also nodded. In the end, there were still a lot of people who agreed. It was mainly because everyone respected Yi Chun. Those who were against it were actually not without hesitation. Being able to join Yi Chun's sect was more or less attractive. After deciding to join Yi Chun's martial school, Luo Han's Han sent a messenger to the Yi family on the same day. Only the Eternal Sky Martial School is left. Yi Chun did not expect things to go so smoothly, but thinking about it, it did make some sense. The martial schools in Elysium were not the same as those in the movies in Yi Chun's previous world. Only those who had the ability could become the leader, and there was no such thing as inheritance. As long as one had the power and talent, they would be respected wherever they went. Eternal Sky Martial School is Senior Battle King's martial school, and I can be considered half a disciple of Senior Battle King. It should not be a problem. His body flickered as Yi Chun tore open the space and rushed toward the Blood Sky continent. While Yi Chun was heading toward the Blood Sky continent, 6 figures were flying toward the True Spirit continent from the West Ocean. Among these 6 people, 2 were precisely Black Water Ancestor and Yellow Robe Ancestor. Black Water Ancestor and Yellow Robe Ancestor seemed to have recovered. Golden Turtle Ancestor. If we just barge into the True Spirit continent and attack the Yi family, won't the other martial schools be unhappy and think that we are too arrogant? The one who spoke was a skinny old man in black robes. He was not an ordinary person, but the Black Fiend Emperor, the leader of the Black Fiend Island. The middle-aged man in blue robes next to him was the leader of the demon god cult, the Earth Demon Emperor, and the one in red robes was the Red Water Ancestor. As for the one in gold robes with a thick back and wide shoulders, he was the leader of the West Ocean's Golden Turtle Island, the Golden Turtle Ancestor. A total of 6 emperors were flying toward the True Spirit continent. Golden Turtle Ancestor sneered. Don't worry, the True Spirit continent is not some tiger's den. If I can go in, I can come out. Plus, they probably don't have the guts to stop me. Of course, everyone says that Su King is powerful, but Su King is nothing compared to you. Black Water Ancestor flattered Golden Turtle Ancestor. Ha! I'll take this opportunity to see if that Yi Chun has 3 heads and 6 arms. Also, if that Xianhou dares to come, I'll bring her back. Such a beautiful woman is the most suitable to be my Golden Turtle Ancestor's wife. Golden Turtle Ancestor often went into seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, Xianhou had not yet been born. Apart from Xianhou, there is also the Demon Flower Emperor, who is also a beauty. Black Water Ancestor sneered. All right, I'll bring him back as well. Golden Turtle Ancestor's voice carried an unquestionable aura, as if no one could stop him if he wanted to get something. We have arrived at the True Spirit continent. At this moment, everyone saw the coastline through the space barrier. Blood Sky Continent, Eternal Sky Sect, things went smoothly. Without much persuasion, all the elders of Eternal Sky Sect agreed to join Yi Chen's sect. Sect leader Li Changtian did not object either. After all, Yi Chen was the ancestor's disciple. Plus, Eternal Sky Sect's days in the Blood Sky Continent were not good. They could not always trouble Yi Chen to protect them. Chapter 952. After receiving the reply from Eternal Sky School, Yi Chen was in a good mood, so he went to Chaotic Demon Ocean. Murong Qingcheng was still in seclusion, but the Demon Flower Emperor said that within half a year, Murong Qingcheng would be able to comprehend life and death and enter the life and death realm. At that time, she would be able to completely awaken the demon's power. At that time, she would know which race of demons she had inherited. For example, the Demon Flower Emperor had inherited the Flower Demon bloodline. Golden Turtle Ancestor, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. I wonder what brings you to True Spirit Continent. In True Spirit Continent, Golden Turtle Ancestor and the other 5 were blocked by a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. Golden Turtle Ancestor grinned. Ling Tianshu, I don't think I need your permission to come to True Spirit Continent, do I? The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was none other than the famous Su King, whose real name was Ling Tianshu. Su King smiled lightly. You don't need my permission, but I don't need yours to stop you either. Humph! Golden Turtle Ancestor's face turned cold. You think you can stop me? You can try. Facing the incomparably powerful Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, the illusionary Emperor's expression remained the same. His eyes seemed to contain the void, devouring the heavens and earth. His imposing manner was not inferior to the domineering aura of the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. All right, I want to see how much you've improved in the past few decades. Golden Turtle Ancestor had been in seclusion for decades. Decades ago, Su King was a junior in his eyes, and now he was still a junior. Boom! Opening his mouth, Golden Turtle Ancestor shot out a beam of golden light toward Su King. As soon as it appeared, the whole world seemed to have lost its color, and the space seemed to have melted. Golden Turtle Ancestor, do you think you can beat me back with just a beam of light? Su King sneered and reached out with his right hand. Pooh! The golden light was extinguished, and Su King's hand seemed to contain the power to tear the world apart. Good. Seems like you've grown a lot stronger. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was slightly surprised. He was a demonic beast, and the demonic power that came out of his mouth was not inferior to an ordinary ultimate move. This was the breath of a demonic beast. 4 moves of gold breaking. Sensing Su King's strength, the Golden Turtle Ancestor became serious. With a grab of his hand, the palm force transformed into a golden dragon claw, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. It was incomparably huge, and the sharp claws were more terrifying than any weapon. They could probably tear apart an ordinary top-grade defensive artifact and pierce through the body. Good timing. Raising his right hand, Su King struck out with his palm. Similarly, his golden palm blotted out the sky and was unstoppable. Rumble! The golden dragon claw and the golden palm collided fiercely, and the resulting shockwave tore the earth apart. Scorching lava spewed up, and flames soared into the sky. Black Water Ancestor and the other 4 groaned and hurriedly raised their protective Xinyuan, retreating several dozen li to avoid being injured by the shockwave. Below them, a small mountain range was instantly annihilated as if it had never existed. The battle between 2 peak monarchs had far surpassed their imaginations. Peak of 5 stars. With his hands behind his back, the Golden Turtle Ancestor's expression sank. Su King's battle strength was not the rumored high-grade 5-star, but the peak of 5-star. Golden Turtle Ancestor, I'm not here to find trouble with you. I just want to ask, what is your purpose in coming to true spirit continent? Su King didn't intend to continue and asked. The golden turtle ancestor pondered for a moment and said, My purpose this time is to annihilate the Yi clan. I shouldn't have violated your taboo, right? Su King's strength made the golden turtle ancestor not dare to be unbridled. If the Yi clan had any relationship with Su King, then he would have to think it over. As for annihilating the Yi clan, it was basically impossible. Even when beating a dog, one must look at its master. The golden turtle ancestor wasn't prepared to completely fall out with Su King. Yi clan. Su King glanced at the golden turtle ancestor, then glanced at the black water ancestor and the others. He frowned and said after a while, Move quickly. Don't cause too much of a commotion, offending the golden turtle ancestor and the other 5 monarchs for the sake of a Yi clan. If not for having nothing better to do, no one would be so bored as to interfere. All right, a mere Yi clan won't waste too much of my time. The golden turtle ancestor saw that Su King didn't stop him and laughed. He waved his hand and said to the black water ancestor and the others, Let's go. Let's finish this as soon as possible. Su King gave him face, so he had to do the same. Not good. It's the golden turtle ancestor. Is he heading towards South Rudra region? Mysterious sect. Xianhou discovered the traces of the golden turtle ancestor and the others. When she realized that the golden turtle ancestor was heading towards South Rudra region, Xianhou had a bad premonition. Apart from the Yi clan, there were no other 5th grade forces in South Rudra region. Only the Yi clan barely had the qualifications to dispatch 6 titled monarchs. A space door appeared in front of her, and Xianhou stepped inside. This is the Yi clan? Not bad. There are actually so many great arrays protecting it. The golden turtle ancestor looked through the water and earth chain great array and the fire dragon burning sky great array. Break for me. Raising his right hand, the golden turtle ancestor clawed toward the Yi clan. Golden turtle ancestor, what are you trying to do? In front of the Yi clan, the space door opened. Xianhou pushed forward with her right hand, and space doors formed one after another, welcoming the golden dragon claw of the golden turtle ancestor. Pung, 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 pung. The golden dragon claw was like a hot knife through butter, shattering a large number of space doors. When it approached Xianhou, its power was less than 10%, and it was shattered by Xuanhou's finger. Xianhou has been waiting for you. The black water ancestor chuckled and said to the golden turtle ancestor, She is the world-famous Xianhou. What do you think, golden turtle ancestor? Haha, what a peerless beauty. The golden turtle ancestor laughed heartily. Yi clan, what happened? Yi Tianhao, Shun Yuqing, and the elders of the Yi clan walked out of their residences and looked outside. 7 kings. Even if they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs run. How could they not know that the 7 people outside were all life and death realm warriors, who had Yi family offended to attract the attention of 6 king-level warriors? If not for mysterious queen's interference, it would be hard to say whether Yi family's great formation would have been able to defend. That golden dragon claw was too frightening. Everyone, activate the great array. Yi Tianhao made a prompt decision and yelled. Whether or not the great array was controlled by someone was 2 different things. With someone controlling it, the arrays might would be a bit stronger. Without someone controlling it, the might could only reach the standard. As Yi Tianhao's voice faded, hundreds of figures spread out, each standing on the control points of the great array. In the next moment, outside the Yi clan, the illusory mountains were connected by illusory rivers. This was the sign of the water and earth interlocking great array being activated at full power. It could block ordinary life and death kings for a long time, and even titled monarchs would find it hard to break it in 2 or 3 moves. Golden Turtle Ancestor. Your Golden Turtle Island is located in the depths of the West Ocean. Why did you attack Yi Clan after coming out of seclusion? If Yi Clan has offended you in any way, I can compensate for it. Xuanho's beautiful brows creased as she said, solemnly. Blackwater Ancestor said coldly, you probably don't know yet, but Yichen ran to my Blackwater Alliance and robbed over 100 million quasi-low-grade Genuine crystals, 20 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and several billion upper-grade spirit stones. If you can compensate for it, it won't be too hard to negotiate. Blackwater Ancestor was extremely malicious. Yichun had clearly taken over 30 million Zhen Yuan crystals, 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and less than 900 million upper-grade spirit stones. However, in his words, it was several times more. He clearly didn't intend to be kind, because he knew that Xianhou couldn't possibly have so much wealth. Are you sure? How could Xianhou believe Blackwater Ancestor's nonsense? I have Golden Turtle Ancestor as a witness. Blackwater Ancestor looked at Golden Turtle Ancestor. Golden Turtle Ancestor nodded and chuckled. Brother Blackwater has already promised me half of the Devouring Island. Yi Chen's actions clearly show that he doesn't put me in his eyes. If you can take out so many resources and follow me back to Golden Turtle Island, I can spare your clan. Otherwise, not even a chicken or dog will be spared. No chicken or dog will be spared. The yellow-robed old man also said viciously. Before coming here, he had already locked up the entire water ape race. This was the consequence of Yi Chun daring to offend him. If that's the case, then we can only fight. Xuanho's face was frosty. I'll play with her. You guys break into Yi Clan. Golden Turtle Ancestor waved his hand and flew toward Xianhou. Hearing this, Blackwater Ancestor said viciously, today is the day of Yi Clan's destruction. After that, it will be that little bastard's turn. After such a huge commotion, Yichen still didn't come out. He must have gone out. This made Blackwater Ancestor very angry. Rumble. Blackwater Ancestor was the first to attack. He used the Mystic Water Thunderbolt Palm of the Heavy Water True Thunder technique, causing the water and earth chain formation outside the Yi clan to shake incessantly. The yellow-robed old freak and the others also unleashed their ultimate moves. The yellow-robed old freak waved his hand, and a huge yellow dragon slammed into the grand formation. The Redwater Old Freak's ultimate move was a series of blood-red water blades. His weapon was a dark green saber that emitted a chilling light. The Island Lord of the Black Fiend Island controlled black skulls and blasted them out. However, among the 5 of them, the demon god cult sect leader, the Earth Demon Sovereign, had the strongest attack. He formed seals with his hands and actually condensed a 3,000-meter-tall giant. The giant walked to the side of the grand formation in 2 to 3 steps and punched out with his fist. Door of Mystery. Steal the sun. How terrifying was it for 5 titled monarchs to attack the Yi clan? Back then, Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor had only attacked the Terminator Demon sect. Seeing this situation, Xianhou hurriedly set up layers of space doors outside the Yi clan. A clay bodhisattva crossing the river can't even protect itself. I should take care of myself first. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body shook. His entire body emitted a golden radiance, like a small sun. With a ripping sound, he clawed at Xianhou, his golden dragon claw tearing apart the heaven and earth. Chaotic Demon Ocean, Lotus Island, courting death. The Yi clan's great formation was connected to Yi Chen's mind. As soon as the great formation suffered an attack, Yi Chen immediately sensed it. His figure flickered as Yi Chen shattered the void and rushed toward the true spirit continent. Every step he took him hundreds of thousands of li. What's going on? Yichen didn't say what had happened. The demon flower emperor was somewhat baffled, but he still followed behind Yichen from a distance. Black water ancestor, yellow-robed old man, you two are dead for sure. Yichen's eyes blossomed with ice-cold killing intent. Chapter 953. The 5 titled monarchs attacked the Yi clan, and Xuanho's sky-stealing, sun-swapping ultimate move could not stop them at all. In a short while, the spatial doors surrounding the Yi clan were all shattered. Activate the sky-burning dragon array. Yi Tianhao stood at the core of the array and poured his quintessential essence into the array. Roar! Outside the Yi clan, fire dragons emerged one after another, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they charged at Patriarch Blackwater and the others. Petty tricks! Patriarch Blackwater sneered and slapped a fire dragon's head, easily killing it. The other fire dragons could not do anything to the 4 titled monarchs. At most, they could delay them. The Yi clan was in danger. Truly, each generation has its own talent. Your strength has actually reached the advanced 5-star level. Patriarch Golden Turtle did not use his full strength in the battle against Xianhou, but even so, he used 60 to 70% of his strength. But as time passed, he found that he could not suppress her. Same to you. The mysterious queen's face became more and more serious. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was indeed the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. Although the battle seemed to be evenly matched, she knew that the opponent had not used his full power yet. Perhaps he had not even used 80% of his power. No matter how she attacked, or how she used her space profound to counterattack, the opponent could still defuse her attacks easily. Snow-filling universe. All of a sudden, the mysterious queen cast aside her space profound martial art and used an ice and wind profound martial art instead. Heavy snow filled the sky, and the snowflakes formed a hexagonal shape. Each snowflake seemed to be compressed from an iceberg, releasing an incomparably terrifying freezing air. When the freezing air spread out, even the space was frozen and cracked. In some areas where the freezing air was more concentrated, it formed a whirlwind-like, freezing air current that rushed towards the Golden Turtle Patriarch. Embryonic form of a top-tier, profound martial art. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was shocked. A peak-tier profound martial art was a super martial art created with 2 perfect profound as the foundation. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor could see that the mysterious queen's ice profound and wind profound were already perfect. If it wasn't for the imperfect fusion, the power of this move could be increased by several times. Even so, this snow world-filling was already considered a quasi-peak tier profound martial art, and its power could shake the world. 9 palaces, invisible armor. Not daring to underestimate this move, the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor roared, and a large amount of golden light burst out from his body, forming 9 pieces of golden armor. The golden armor was arranged in the shape of 9 palaces, protecting the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. Kacha! The frozen air drowned Patriarch Golden Turtle. When the hexagonal snowflakes landed on the 9 pieces of golden armor, a series of muffled sounds erupted. As the muffled sounds spread out, the frozen air that was several times stronger than before exploded crazily, causing Patriarch Blackwater and the other 400s of kilometers away to feel a strange chill. They could not help but take more than 10 steps back and circulate their protective quintessential essence or demonic power to the limit. Bang! The earth trembled as a glacier that was hundreds of meters tall smashed into the ground. At the center of the glacier, a faint golden light flickered. He actually sealed the great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island inside. Patriarch Blackwater's face was filled with disbelief. Xianhou is indeed worthy of being one of the most secretive people. Nobody knows where her bottom line is. The leader of the demonic god cult, Earth Demonic Emperor, said cautiously, the majority of life and death kings knew that Xuanhou's surface strength was around mid-5 stars. However, this time, the strength Xianhou revealed was clearly high-level 4 stars. Moreover, the last move, Snow World, truly had a world-shaking might. Even the great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island was somewhat unable to withstand it. Unsurprisingly, Xianhou had been hiding her strength all along. I'm afraid I won't be able to seal him. Xianhou was not so optimistic. The strength of the great ancestor was not something that could be sealed easily. Even if Su King came, he might not be able to defeat the great ancestor. As expected, just as this thought flashed through Mysterious Queen's mind, a few cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the glacier. The cracks widened, and in the next moment, the entire glacier exploded with a boom. The golden turtle old ancestor walked out unscathed. The 9 pieces of golden armor outside his body sparkled, and traces of icy water dripped down. What a good move, Snow World. Now, I'll let you see my true strength. The great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island was a demonic beast that was much older than the black dragon old ancestor. His original form was a golden turtle, and he had the bloodline of a giant dragon and a black shell tortoise. Because the tortoise shell on his back was innately imprinted with 9 palace patterns, his comprehension ability was much higher than that of demonic beasts, almost not inferior to humans. Thus, he was able to suppress the black dragon old ancestor and gain a great reputation among titled monarchs. Gold-shattering 4 style, heaven-collapsing, earth-rending. With a wave of his claw, the space continuously exploded, giving people the feeling that the sky had collapsed. The Earth's crust cracked, and the magnetic field changed, making people unable to stand stably. Great ancestor Golden Turtle, you are about to enter your coffin, yet you still came to cause trouble. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? At this moment, an incomparably huge black flower flew over and blocked the killer move of the Golden Turtle great ancestor. The golden dragon claw tore most of the black flower apart, and in the end, its power was exhausted. The majestic energy was sucked clean, and the black flower was restored to its original state. Who is it? Great ancestor Golden Turtle looked towards the source of the black flower. In the sky, a man and a woman flew over. The man was dressed in blue and was in his early 20s. The woman was dressed in a gorgeous black robe and had a cold appearance. They were Yi Chun and the Demon Flower Emperor. Great ancestor Golden Turtle, they are Yi Chun and the Demon Flower Emperor. Patriarch Blackwater sent a voice transmission to great ancestor Golden Turtle. Demon Flower Emperor, all right, since you are here, don't even think about leaving. Great ancestor Golden Turtle laughed out loud. He didn't think much of Yi Chun and the Demon Flower Emperor at all. It was as though Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor were already in his bag. As for Yi Chun, he was just a dead man and was nothing to worry about. It's said that great ancestor Golden Turtle has extraordinary means, but I don't believe it. Sister Yen, you and Yi Chun kill those 5 people. I'll deal with this old fellow. The Demon Flower Emperor said to Xianhou and Yi Chun. Yi Chun shook his head. I'm confident that I can deal with the 5 of them. I'll leave great ancestor Golden Turtle to the 2 seniors. It clearly wouldn't be easy for the Demon Flower Emperor to deal with great ancestor Golden Turtle alone. In terms of eyesight, he wasn't any weaker than the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou. He could tell that great ancestor Golden Turtle's combat strength was extremely terrifying. The 3 of you can attack together. Great ancestor Golden Turtle sneered and grabbed with his hand. The golden dragon claw covered Xianhou, the Demon Flower Emperor, and Yi Chun. It was extremely domineering. Scram! The Demon Flower Emperor beckoned with his hand. The huge demon flower moved through the void and blocked the golden dragon claw. Yi Chun, since you are confident, be careful, the Demon Flower Emperor said to Yi Chun. All right. With a flash, Yi Chun appeared in front of Patriarch Blackwater and the others. Patriarch Blackwater, yellow-robed old monster, I let you go last time. I didn't expect you to be so reckless and want to destroy my Yi family. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Chun's killing intent soared into the sky. You are Yi Chun. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Black Fiend Island Lord Black Fiend Emperor raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, Yi Chun, do you think that you can stop the 5 of us with your strength alone? Let me tell you, I didn't go all out last time. In terms of strength, the yellow-robed old monster, may not lose to you. Regarding what happened that day, the yellow-robed old monster had been brooding. He felt that if he had been careful and guarded against Yi Chun's soul attack, his soul wouldn't have been injured. Today, he came to take revenge. Yi Chun, you should have thought of this day when you looted my Blackwater Alliance's true essence crystals. Today, we will not only destroy your Yi family, but we will also tear you into pieces. Patriarch Blackwater's aura was like a rainbow. He didn't think that Yi Chun had the possibility of fighting against the 5 of them. Is that so? In today's life and death battle, let's see who will bleed 5 steps. With his hand on the ice-cold sword hilt, Yi Chun's eyes gradually sharpened. The Yi family was already in chaos. Chun'er is back. What should we do? How can he deal with 5 titled monarchs alone? Some elders of the Yi family were worried. This matter didn't only concern Yi Chun's safety, but also the Yi family's survival. 6 titled monarchs were attacking, and all they could do was watch. There was no other way. They naturally hoped that Yi Chun could defeat the enemies, but the hope was too slim. Big brother, kill them! Yi Xian roared. He, who had killed before, had a strong killing intent. We are powerless. Everything depends on Chun. Yi Tianhao stared at Yi Chun without blinking. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Beside him, Shan Yuqing was also very nervous and held his breath. It's just Yi Chun. I'll take him down. The demon god cult's leader, the Earth Demon Sovereign, was the first to act. With a thought, 1,000 zhang tall giant rushed towards Yi Chun and punched. Swish! Yi Chun had already released his sword domain. He moved and appeared behind the giant. There was a small hole in the giant's abdomen. Sword chi was flowing everywhere. Kill! Yi Chun sent out a orbital Slayer's secret sword at Patriarch Blackwater. At the same time, the silver vertical eye on his forehead opened and shot out a silver beam of light. This silver beam of light was more condensed than when he fought with Patriarch Blackwater. It had the tendency to transform into a sword light, and its speed was much faster. Pop! Patriarch Blackwater's head fell back as blood flowed from his 7 orifices. He had long been prepared for Yi Chun's soul attack. However, he didn't expect Yi Chun's soul attack to be much faster and more powerful than before. He didn't even have time to fully execute his soul defense mystic art before he was hit. Not good. Patriarch Blackwater roared inwardly. Chi. The invisible sword Chi was about to sweep past Patriarch Blackwater's head. I'm here. How can you be impudent? At the critical moment, the yellow-robed Patriarch sent out a golden jadeite silk finger. The thread-like finger force-blocked the invisible sword Chi. In the end, the finger force dissipated, and the invisible sword Chi weakened greatly. It only cut a bone-deep sword mark on the yellow-robed Patriarch's head. A trace of brain juice splattered out, but it wasn't enough to kill Patriarch Blackwater. Yi Chun died. Seizing this opportunity, Earth Demon Emperor, Black Fiend Emperor, and Old Red Water Monster, the three titled monarchs, attacked Yi Chun together. 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Yi Chun didn't panic in the face of danger. The Sky Scorpio sword flew out of his hand and transformed into 64 sword images. The sword images combined and formed an 8 trigram sword array. The instant the 8 trigram sword array was formed, a shocking sword chi pierced through the 9 heavens. Go! With a point of his sword finger, the 8 trigram sword array was like a huge diagram that covered the three. No matter how they dodged, they couldn't escape the attack of the 8 trigrams sword array. 8 trigrams contained yin and yang, reversing the universe. Chapter 954. What kind of attack is this? Earth Demon Monarch, Black Fiend Monarch, and Old Monster Redwater were horrified. They discovered that the 8 trigram sword array had not only locked down space, but even yin and yang were in chaos. Once yin and yang were in chaos, everything was in chaos. The space they were in was covered by a black and white yin and yang diagram. Yi Chun was expressionless. The sword control art was a mystical sword art. The higher the realm, the more terrifying the lethality. The Big Dipper 7-star sword art, combined with sword domain, was already one of Yi Chun's strongest killing moves. However, compared to the 8 trigrams extermination sword art, it was undoubtedly nothing. The 8 trigrams extermination sword art alone was not weaker than the Big Dipper 7-star sword art combined with sword domain. Once combined with sword domain, the power of the 8 trigrams extermination sword art was several times stronger than the former. More importantly, after his cultivation had increased to the 1,000-year level, Yi Chun's soul strength had increased greatly. The power of the sword control art had also increased. The combination of the two made the 8 trigrams extermination sword art extremely terrifying. Puff! Sounds that sounded like bubbles rang out. The Earth Demon Sovereign and the Black Fiend Sovereign were sent flying, their bodies badly mutilated. Their auras were faintly discernible. As for Old Monster Redwater, who was the weakest, he was directly crushed into a mist of blood by the 8 trigrams sword formation. His immortal body had not reached the blood rebirth realm. How is this possible? The yellow-robed old freak's eyes widened. It was extremely difficult for a titled monarch to kill a titled monarch. Although Old Redwater only had a low 5-star battle strength, it shouldn't be impossible for him to die in one move. To be able to kill Old Redwater in one move, one's battle strength had to be at least at the high 5-star level. Last time, when he fought Yi Chun, the latter seemed to be at mid 5-star level. How could he suddenly reach the high 5-star level? Yi Chun, you actually dared to kill Old Monster Redwater. Do you know that you have made a huge mistake? The yellow-robed freak couldn't accept this scene, and Patriarch Blackwater couldn't accept it either. A titled monarch had been killed just like that. There were only a few titled monarchs in the entire Elysium. If one died, there would be one less titled monarchs. Yi Chun had killed Crimson Water Freak. To Patriarch Blackwater, this was a crime. What a joke! Could it be that only you are allowed to kill me, and I am not allowed to kill you? Today, all of you will die. The 8 trigram sword array took form once again and attacked Patriarch Blackwater. I'll fight you to the death. Patriarch Blackwater's body emitted a strong electric current. He was like a huge light bulb. With a boom, it was as if hundreds of lightning bolts had exploded at the same time. A hole was blasted open in the 8 trigrams sword array, and a blood figure escaped through the hole. At the critical moment, Patriarch Blackwater used the forbidden technique of the heavy water true thunder art. At the cost of burning his cultivation, he managed to escape. You made me lose half of my cultivation, and I can't make up for it. I can only cultivate again. How hateful! The price to pay for using the forbidden technique was extremely high. Patriarch Blackwater originally had more than 1,000 years of cultivation, but after burning it, he was left with less than 700 years. The hatred he had for Yi Chun could never be washed away in this lifetime. Can you escape? How could Yi Chun let Patriarch Blackwater escape? The 8 trigrams sword array continued to chase after him. Patriarch Golden Turtle, save me! Patriarch Blackwater shouted and rushed in the direction of Patriarch Golden Turtle. Oh! Patriarch Golden Turtle fought Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou alone. It looked like they were evenly matched. Seeing Patriarch Blackwater escape, he said, "Yi Chun, spare his life, and I won't destroy your Yi family. Otherwise, no one will be spared." Uffed. Before Patriarch Golden Turtle finished speaking, Patriarch Blackwater turned into a mist of blood. The might of the 8 trigrams extermination sword art was astonishing. It could be called a sure-kill sword art. "You're dead." A green aura flashed across his face, and Patriarch Golden Turtle's body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant beast that looked like a dragon, but not a dragon. A tortoise, but not a tortoise. It was his true form, Golden Turtle. Golden Turtle carried a golden tortoise shell on its back, and it was as huge as a mountain. With a push of its limbs, the ground cracked. With a rumbling sound, Patriarch Golden Turtle turned into a giant beast and rushed towards Yi Chun, ignoring the attacks of Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou. This old guy is really durable. Demon Flower Emperor naturally wouldn't let Patriarch Golden Turtle attack Yi Chun. As she quickly formed seals with both hands, the demon flower took root in the ground, and countless demon vines shot out, binding Patriarch Golden Turtle tightly. Break. Patriarch Golden Turtle was extremely powerful, and his limbs exerted force, breaking the demon vines inch by inch. Snow filling heaven and earth. Xuanhou's killer move came. Countless cold air erupted, and Patriarch Golden Turtle was frozen. Although it couldn't hurt Patriarch Golden Turtle, it could at least stop him for a while. Thank you, seniors. Yi Chun didn't believe that he could fight against Patriarch Golden Turtle. His opponent's defense probably couldn't be broken by the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Swoosh! Teleporting through the void, Yi Chun chased after Patriarch Yellow-Robed. Patriarch Yellow-Robed fled very quickly. When he saw Patriarch Scarlet Water and Patriarch Blackwater die in Yi Chun's hands one after another, he felt that something was amiss. He immediately flew away at his fastest speed. "Patriarch Yellow-Robed, you won't be able to escape." Yi Chun's cold voice entered Patriarch Yellow-Robed's ears. Patriarch Yellow-Robed roared, "Yi Chun, the alien race's calamity is imminent. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will face the suppression of all the monarchs in the world. Don't think about other things. You are a titled monarch, and so am I. When you came to kill me, why didn't you think of the alien race's calamity? Yi Chun, never provoke others, but I won't sacrifice myself for the so-called big picture. Those who kill will be killed. Today, you will die without a doubt." Yi Chun's determination to kill Patriarch Yellow-Robed was extremely firm. No one could shake it. In this world where the strong were revered, there was no dignity to compromise. Whether it was the alien race or the human race, as long as they were enemies, they would be killed without mercy. On the other hand, if he died, the apocalypse would come. What did it have to do with him? Only by being alive would there be endless possibilities. "Beast, you are not worthy of being a human." Patriarch Yellow-Robed was in despair. The distance between him and Yi Chun rapidly shrank. Yi Chun, who was proficient in the profound Tao of space, wasn't someone he could compare to. World extermination. The 8 trigrams sword array formed. Yi Chen's sword fingers quickly pointed out. Boom. In the end, Patriarch Blackwater and Patriarch Redwater couldn't compare to the yellow-robed old man. His battle prowess was at the mid-tier of 5 stars. At this crucial moment, he activated the Daluo Yellow Robe, blocking behind him. However, the Daluo Yellow Robe wasn't omnipotent. It could only weaken a portion of the chi. The majority of the chi still landed on his back, blasting him away. I'm too far away. Patriarch Yellow-Robed, who was vomiting blood, didn't give up. Borrowing the momentum of the impact, he continued to flee. Truly hard to kill. The silver vertical eye on Yi Chen's forehead opened, shooting out a silver beam of light. Patriarch Yellow-Robed staggered, but his speed didn't slow down. He had already been guarding against Yi Chen's soul attack. He had used a soul defense secret art in advance. Yi Chen's expression didn't change. He shot out the second soul light. The third soul light, adding the soul light he had used on Patriarch Blackwater, Yi Chen had used soul light a total of 4 times. With his soul power, he could only use it 5 times. After 5 times, his soul power would be exhausted, and his battle prowess would be reduced to less than 10%. Therefore, he couldn't use it for the 5th time. Fortunately, after 3 soul light attacks, Patriarch Yellow-Robe's soul had been injured. He couldn't control his Zhan Yuan perfectly, and his speed had decreased imperceptibly. Die! With 1,000 years of cultivation, Yi Chun could use the 8 trigrams extermination sword art many times without any worries, bombarding the yellow-robed old man in front of him again and again. After the 7th attack, Patriarch Yellow-Robed, who had dominated the South Sea for countless years, instantly turned into a blood mist. However, the blood mist condensed once again, turning back into Patriarch Yellow-Robed. Is this the realm of blood rebirth? Yi Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. He naturally knew that titled monarchs were hard to kill, but he didn't expect it to be this hard. If he wasn't proficient in Space Profound, even if his battle prowess was stronger than Patriarch Yellow-Robed, he wouldn't be able to stop his opponent. He could only watch as the latter fled. Yi Chen, you can't kill me. Patriarch Yellow-Robe's voice was hoarse. Try it then. With a shift, Yi Chen finally caught up to Patriarch Yellow-Robed and blocked his path. Great Luo Yellow-Robe, explode! The old freak in yellow robes seemed to have been prepared for this. His long yellow robes suddenly covered Yi Chen before exploding violently. The resulting shockwaves stacked on top of each other, blowing up a huge hole in the 2 skies above his head. The chi flow shot up into the sky. Ha ha! It won't be so easy to kill me. This time, even if you don't die, you'll be crippled. Patriarch Yellow-Robed felt carefree in his heart. He believed that he wasn't Yi Chen's match, so he pretended to be weak and chose to flee. Even though Yi Chen had heavily injured him many times, he still endured. He wanted to wait until Yi Chen relaxed and kill him in one strike, not giving him any chance. However, he had also paid a huge price. Yi Chen's attacks contained a destructive sword intent that was difficult to eliminate. Adding on the injuries to his soul, it could be said that without several years of recuperation, it would be impossible for him to fully recover. Apart from this great Luo Yellow Robe was also a rare top-grade treasure that he had coincidentally obtained. It was priceless. Choosing to explode the robe made his heart ache, but it was all worth it, as long as he could kill Yi Chen. So what if he destroyed the great Luo Yellow Robe? The great Luo Yellow Robe turned to ashes in the explosion. The flames even melted space. Patriarch Yellow-Robed coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, a smile on his face. He should be dead. He murmured, "It's too early for you to be happy." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Patriarch Yellow-Robed. Impossible! Patriarch Yellow-Robed subconsciously turned his head. What welcomed him was the 8-trigram sword array, with an aura of destruction. After losing the great Luo Yellow Robe and being heavily injured, he had less than 50% of his battle strength left. Patriarch Yellow-Robed only had time to let out a miserable scream before turning into a bloody mist. The bloody mist tried to squirm, but the destructive sword intent was too dense. The bloody mist squirmed several times before failing. Die! Yichen didn't give Patriarch Yellow-Robed any chance. The 8-trigram sword array turned the bloody mist to ashes, not leaving a single drop of blood behind. Chapter 955. The yellow-robed old freak was dead, but his storage ring was left behind. Only an upper grade, or supreme grade storage ring, could survive the 8-trigrams extermination sword art. Of course, the yellow-robed old freak storage ring would most likely not be an extreme grade storage ring. It should be a top-notch upper grade storage ring. Reaching out his hand, the storage ring that was flickering with a dim light landed in Yi Chen's hand. As a titled monarch, the yellow-robed old man's soul wouldn't be any weaker than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry to erase the soul imprint on the storage ring. After putting it away, he turned around and flew toward the South Rudra region. In just a short while, the two had already left the South Rudra region. The one killed by Yi Chen seems to be a titled monarch. To be able to kill a titled monarch. Could it be that Yi Chen is also a titled monarch? As soon as Yi Chen left, two people appeared from the mountains below. They were both Sea of Soul Realm Masters, but at this moment, their faces were filled with shock as they exchanged glances. It was their first time seeing titled monarchs fight and fall. It should be known that life and death kings were already high and mighty figures for them, and titled monarchs were legendary figures. Returning to the South Rudra region, Yi Chen discovered that the Earth Demon Emperor and Black Fiend Emperor had escaped. Earth Demon Emperor and Black Fiend Emperor were not weaker than the yellow-robed old man, and they were both at the Blood Rebirth realm. A single 8-trigrams extermination sword art wouldn't be able to kill them. In the end, only the 4 titled monarchs, Demon Flower Emperor, Xianhou, and Yi Chen were left. Sword Domain. Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan surged as he released his sword domain, enveloping the old man within. The old man only felt the pressure around his body increase drastically. Even the posture of his dragon claw was a bit distorted as it smashed a mountain into pieces. Damn it! The Golden Turtle Grand Ancestor found it extremely difficult to fight against 3 conferred monarchs alone. If it were only titled monarchs with strong offense, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor wouldn't have the slightest apprehension. His defense made him innately invincible. However, Yi Chen and the other 2 were too unique. Demonic Flower Emperor's demonic flower could absorb his demonic energy and transform it into demonic energy to attack him, causing his demonic energy to constantly decrease. Mysterious Queen Space Profound and Ice Wind Profound made his hands and feet tied, unable to display his strength to the limit. Yi Chen's sword domain had reached the 3rd layer, which was close to Azure Sky Sword Emperor's. The restriction on him was even greater, and he could only display 80 to 90% of his battle strength. If not for his high defense, he would have been defeated long ago. Golden Turtle Patriarch, go back to your Golden Turtle Island. The Demon Flower Emperor said bluntly. Demon Flower Emperor, Xianhou, Yi Chen, you 3 better remember this. The old man transformed back into his human form. His face alternated between green and white as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Leaving behind these ruthless words, the old man tore through the air and flew out of Yi Chen's sword domain. Victory! Everyone in the Yi family cheered. 6 conferred monarchs had attacked Yi family, but in the end, 3 died, 2 escaped, and 1 escaped. It could be said that after this battle, no one would dare to attack Yi family anymore. With Yi Chen, our Yi family has hope for hegemony. The elders of Yi family were in high spirits. How long had it been since Yi Chen became a life and death king? In less than half a year, Yi Chen had already become a conferred monarch. Not to mention the current era, even in the ancient era, it would be shocking. Not only the people of Yi family, even the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou were inwardly apprehensive about Yi Chen's progress. Demon Flower Emperor smiled. Your current strength is not much weaker than mine. Seems like I won't be able to help you much in the future. Yi Chen's growth was too astonishing. While the Demon Flower Emperor was shocked, he also rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, he had made the right bet. With Yi Chen's rapid progress, Yi Chen might even be able to turn the tide and become invincible under the heavens. Once the foreign races were cleared out, he might even be able to cultivate for a few more decades. Then, it would not be impossible for him to clear the path to death. Yi Chen, it seems like I don't need to worry about you anymore. Xianhou revealed a faint smile. High-level 5-star battle strength was more or less a peak battle strength in Elysium. As for those 6-star kings, they were rarely seen. Regardless, Yi Chen still has to thank the 2 seniors for their help. Without the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou, although Yi Chen had the ability to protect himself, Yi family did not. He continued, Blackwater Ancestor is dead, and Blackwater Alliance is like a group of dragons without a leader. How about we divide the Devouring Island equally? Hearing Yi Chen mention the Devouring Island, Demon Flower Emperor nodded. The Devouring Island has great significance. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Therefore, I sent a messenger to probe Blackwater Ancestor. I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me and rob the Zhen Yuan crystal treasury of Blackwater Alliance. Your current cultivation base should be more than 1,000 years, right? And Yi Chen faintly nodded. Xianhou said, the Devouring Island is too dangerous. If we follow the Blackwater Alliance's path, it will definitely not work. The warriors inside the island had all been tricked into entering. If they wanted to take over the island, they should not follow the original path. Otherwise, it would easily cause public anger. Who knows, some powerful figures might come out of the island and take revenge on them. They were not afraid, but they still had their own forces. Yi Chen said, I already had a plan. After taking over the island, I have decided to open up the secret of the island. After the warriors go in, besides the required amount of Zhen Yuan crystals for the Devouring Island's Holy Spirit, they would only need to pay a small amount of Zhen Yuan crystals to us every month. This way, they would be able to leave the island in the shortest amount of time and not be stuck there for the rest of their lives. Plus, they would be able to earn a lot of money themselves. Although the amount of Zhen Yuan crystals each person would provide would be less, as time goes on, more and more people would be able to enter the island, and the total amount would increase as well. On the Devouring Island, astral-reaching realm warriors would need to pay 10,000 Zhen Yuan crystals, Seas of Souls realm warriors 50,000, and half-step king warriors 100,000. These Zhen Yuan crystals were not something that Yi Chen could control, since they were for the Holy Spirit. If possible, Yi Chen decided to discuss with the Holy Spirit and reduce the amount. Astral-reaching realm warriors would have to pay 1,000, Seas of Souls realm warriors 5,000, and half-step king warriors 10,000. After all, astral-reaching realm warriors would only be able to form 15 Zhen Yuan crystals per month. 10,000 Zhen Yuan crystals would be too much, and it would take 50 to 60 years for them to leave the island. If it were 1,000 Zhen Yuan crystals, they would be able to leave in 5 to 6 years. It would be the same for Seas of Souls, Realm Warriors, and Half-Step King Warriors. This plan is not bad. The Demon Flower Emperor thought about it and felt that it would work. Xianhou also nodded and said, "Since this is the case, we will form an alliance near the island. We will each leave a consciousness body there in case someone tries to mess around." All three of them were titled monarchs. Even if their consciousness bodies only had 30% of their battling power, they would still be equivalent to top king warriors. Let's go. Let's go now. It would not be good if the other titled monarchs got there first. The Demon Flower Emperor said immediately, "All right." After giving some instructions to the people of the Yi family, Yi Chun, Demon Flower Emperor, and Xianhou headed toward the Blackwater Alliance. The Blackwater Alliance still did not know about the death of the Blackwater ancestor. Seeing the three titled monarchs arrive, they exchanged glances, not knowing what was going on. Yi Chun said, "The Blackwater ancestor is dead. From today onwards, the Devouring Island belongs to our mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion." The alliance formed by the three was called the Mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion. Mysterious represented Xianhou, Flower represented Demon Flower Emperor, and Sword represented Yi Chun. Together, it was easier to call it the Mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion. "You guys can leave now," Xianhou said. "What right do you have to occupy the Devouring Island of our Blackwater Alliance? Is there any justice in this world? Even the leader of the Blackwater Alliance was killed by you. Not many people knew about the Blackwater ancestor attacking the Yi family. Only the Yin Sky King knew." "Humph," Yi Chun sneered. "The Blackwater ancestor, Golden Turtle ancestor, and the yellow-robed old monster attacked the Yi family. They deserved to die. Since you guys did not know, I will let it go. You just need to remember that the Devouring Island belongs to the Mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion. You guys can decide where you want to go." The three came to inform the Blackwater Alliance. They did not want to kill them or break up the Blackwater Alliance. They just wanted the Devouring Island. After leaving the Blackwater Island, the three headed toward the Devouring Island. They decided to talk to the Saint Spirit of the Devouring Island first. Devouring Island. The space rippled, and three figures appeared. "This is the Devouring Island," such a strange natural rule. It was the first time for Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou to come to the Devouring Island, so they were very surprised. "This is my second time here." Yi Chun sighed inwardly. When he first came, he was only at Sea of Souls realm, so he did not have much power to protect himself. The Saint Spirit had the power to kill them, but now he was talking to the Saint Spirit as an equal. Plus, he realized that this Devouring Island could not stop them from tearing open the space and leaving. The Saint Spirit appeared. His body was transparent, and he had a pair of wings on his back. "Saint Spirit, I wonder if you still remember me?" Yi Chun smiled. The Saint Spirit studied Yi Chun. "Yes, I remember everyone who has entered the Devouring Island. Last time you came, you were at Sea of Souls realm. But now, even I cannot see through you." On the Devouring Island, the Saint Spirit was the ruler, but he also knew that he could not compete with the three titled monarchs. They could easily wound him badly. "This time, I am here as a collaborator. As for the Blackwater Alliance, it does not exist anymore." Yi Chun looked at Demon Flower Emperor, "And Xianhou, they are also your collaborators." "Say it. As long as it does not harm my interests, I can accept it." The Saint Spirit's tone was filled with humanity. "Very good. This is also a great opportunity for you. I can guess that the reason why you need so many Zhenyuan crystals is probably to recover your own power or to recover the Devouring Island's power." Yi Chun told the Holy Spirit his plan completely. "I agree." The Saint Spirit was not stupid. He immediately understood Yi Chun's plan. For him, it was a huge benefit. What the Black Water Alliance did was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Chapter 956. After the discussion with the Holy Spirit, the plan was carried out immediately. Inside the devouring island, almost 99% of the people had never left. It was not that they did not want to, but they could not. Even if they were not exploited, it would still take them 50 to 60 years to pay the full amount of Zhen Yuan crystals and leave. But now, everything was finally over. Hearing Yi Chen say that everyone could leave, most of the people cried tears of joy. They had never thought that they would be able to leave. It was like a lifetime ago. Yi Chen understood what they were feeling. Waiting for them to calm down a bit, he continued to say, "The devouring island used to be a great place, but the Black Water Alliance was greedy and lawless. Yi Chen had also been tricked into coming here." "Yi Chen, I remember you." "Me too." A lot of people recognized Yi Chen. Yi Chen chuckled. It was not strange for so many people to remember him, since he was the one who had turned the devouring island upside down and taken 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals from the Black Water Alliance. "I have already discussed with the Holy Spirit of the devouring island. We are going to change the rules. Astral reaching realm warriors will only need to pay 1,000 Zhen Yuan crystals, and you will be able to leave. Every month, you will only need to give us 2 Zhen Yuan crystals. Sea of Souls realm warriors will need to give us 5,000 Zhen Yuan crystals and 10,000 Zhen Yuan crystals. Half-Step King warriors will need to give us 20 Zhen Yuan crystals each month. The rest will belong to you all. Therefore, after you leave today, you can come back in the future. I believe no one will think that they are rich enough, since Zhen Yuan crystals are even more precious than extreme rank soul stones. Yi Chen, why should we believe you?" Someone asked back. Yi Chen laughed. "I am preparing to announce the secret of the devouring island. Do you think I would do something so dirty?" After hearing what Yi Chen had said, no one doubted him anymore. Once the secret of the devouring island was announced, there would be no more lying. Plus, they did not believe that Yi Chen would lie to them. Otherwise, why would he do all that to let them out? Once the new rules were created, everyone in the devouring island left. Although some of them had just entered, they were still worried and felt that it was better to leave first. With regards to this situation, Yi Chen was not anxious. The devouring island was like a treasure bowl. As long as it was here, there would be an endless supply of wealth. Everyone in the world was after fame and fortune, so there was no need to worry about not having enough people. On the contrary, he was a little worried that the devouring island would not be able to accommodate too many people. The headquarters of the Profound Flower Sword Pavilion was established on the Crystal Island. That was an important place that the Blackwater Alliance used to attract warriors from all over. The Profound Flower Sword Pavilion had a total of 3 pavilion masters, the Demon Flower Emperor, Xianhou, and Yi Chun. They had an Elders Association and Duty Hall, and the 3 factions could send a portion of their people to take charge. After spending 3 days, the Profound Flower Sword Pavilion was established. All the members were in place and started to work in an orderly manner. And on this day, heavenly flowers began to fall from the sky. The heavenly flowers were 7 colors, tangible but intangible. They could be seen but not touched. Someone had entered the life and death realm. Moreover, it was the highest grade of 7-colored heavenly flowers, just like Yi Chun. It should be Marquis Sword Snow. Yi Chun sensed an ice-cold sword intent from the 7-colored heavenly flowers. It meant that the person who had entered the life and death realm was a sword artist who had comprehended the ice profound. Apart from Marquis Sword Snow, no one else could fit the description. Sky Sword Continent. There was a huge mountain range near the Snowflake Sword Sect. At this moment, the eastern part of the mountain range was in a complete mess. Underground flames were spewing out, and Marquis Sword Snow with snowflakes floating around him, was walking on the cracked ground. Shui Han, let me see how strong you are now. From afar, a figure shot over. Marquis Sword Snow raised his head and said respectfully, Elder Wu. This person was the Snowflake Sword Sect's Supreme Elder, a high-step king. Use your strongest attack. Don't worry. Unless you're a peak king, I won't be injured. Elder Wu smiled. Yes. Marquis Sword Snow held his breath and let out a sword strike. Bang! Elder Wu, who had raised his sword to block, retreated 3 steps. Boundless snowflakes exploded, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. High grade 3 star. No, it should be peak 3 star. Elder Wu was astonished at first, but soon turned ecstatic. He himself was a high grade 3 star, and yet Marquis Sword Snow had forced him back from a distance. This meant that the latter's battle strength had barely reached peak 3 star. If he was already at peak 3 star when his profound improved, wouldn't he easily reach low grade 4 star, or even mid grade 4 star? Your sword domain has reached the 2nd layer. Elder Wu asked. Indeed. Marquis Sword Snow nodded. Haha, that's great. That Yi Chun merely entered life and death realm a few days earlier than you. In a few years, you'll be able to catch up to him. Elder Wu laughed heartily. The potential Marquis Sword Snow had displayed was not inferior to Yi Chen's. Although he might not be like Yi Chun, advancing at lightning speed after entering life and death realm, he would at least have the possibility of catching up to the latter. The reason why he was so certain was because of the battle strength one had reached the moment they entered life and death realm. If one was only low grade or mid grade 3 star, it would be difficult for one to catch up to Yi Chun. Without some heaven-defying fortune, one would have no hope of catching up. After all, Yi Chun was like the sun at high noon, and there were new transformations almost every day. If one didn't reach the peak in all aspects, there was no way one could compare to him. Coincidentally, on the 2nd day after Marquis Sword Snow entered life and death realm, 3 more people entered life and death realm. However, their movements were not as great as Marquis Sword Snow's. Among the 3, only one had 5-colored heavenly flower, while the other 2 had 3-colored heavenly flowers. However, the successive phenomena alarmed the major powers of Elysium. In half a year, 6 people had entered life and death realm, which was not a good sign. Could it be that the great calamity of the outsiders was about to begin? Regarding the great calamity of the outsiders, not to mention ordinary kings, even titled monarchs were flustered. They would be the first to bear the brunt of the calamity. It should be known that even in the ancient era, Elysium had almost changed masters, not to mention the current era, where there were only a few 6-star kings and not a single 7-star king. There's not enough time. I can only stake it all. Some powerful kings came out of seclusion one after another, either entering the king grade forbidden zones in search of treasures or heading into the starry sky in search of opportunities. Blood Sky Continent, on a desolate plain, I, Thunder Spirit King, have finally become a life and death king. Holding the long blade in his hand, Thunder Spirit King raised his head and laughed heartily, his mood surging. Entering life and death realm was the starting point of cultivation. This was something many people knew. Not entering life and death realm was equivalent to not cultivating for the rest of one's life. Only by entering life and death realm could one comprehend a complete, profound, and understand the essence of the world. Apart from this, life and death kings had a lifespan of 1,000 years. If they could leave their native world, their lifespan could even reach 100,000 years. Compared to 100,000 years, 300 years of sea, of soul realm was nothing. The continuous extravagance did not affect Yi Chen's cultivation at all. He had already started to create the 3rd style of the Autumn Water Sword spell. During his trip to the Sword World, Yi Chun had seen thousands of sword arts. Each of them represented a different understanding of the sword. Right now, Yi Chen's mind was filled with sword arts. What he needed to do was to integrate all these sword arts and create his own sword art. After 3 days, the third style of the Autumn Water Sword spell had taken shape. A sword was shot out. It was smooth and soundless, but its power was enough to cut through everything. After a week, the third style had reached completion. Pouring Zhen Yuan into the sword, a jade gold sword, aura immediately appeared. When the sword aura sliced through the air, there was not a single sound. The power was extremely reserved, like a stream of water. However, the destructive power it released shocked even Yi Chun. It contained the sharpness of gold. A sword technique that uses metal ultimacy and water ultimacy as the foundation is indeed extraordinary. Profound reaching completion was already an extremely high achievement. When the two were combined into one move, the power would naturally increase exponentially. Of course, Yi Chun also knew that in terms of moves, he could not compete with the majority of titled monarchs. That was because the majority of titled monarchs had cultivated their profounds to completion. The moves they created were no longer high-grade profound martial arts, but close to peak profound martial arts. For example, Xuanho's world-filling snow contained both ice and wind profounds. If it were not for the fact that it wasn't perfectly fused, it would definitely be a peak profound martial art. However, with the sixth step destruction sword intent and sword domain, not only did Yi Chun make up for this disadvantage, he even surpassed it. Time flowed like water. After a month, the third style of the Autumn Water Sword spell was finally completed. In terms of power, it was almost on par with the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Both had their own merits. One could unleash absolute power in both close and long-range combat, while the other needed distance to erupt with shocking destructive power. This made Yi Chun even more perfect and flawless. This move shall be called Broken Bones. The first style of the Autumn Water Sword spell was Waning Moon, the second style was Congealing Water, and the third style was Broken Bones. Broken Bones represented the ability to cut through everything, and its offensive power was extremely high. After completing the Broken Bones, Yi Chun did not remain idle. He still had to convert the 2 peak profound martial arts left behind by Fire Emperor into his own sword arts. Of the 2 peak profound martial arts left behind by Fire Emperor, one was Sky-Piercing Sun, and the other was Merciless Water and Fire. Yi Chun intended to research Merciless Water and Fire. Merciless Water and Fire, as the name implied, contained the water profound and fire profound. Yi Chun had already reached the completion of the water profound, and Yi Chun had long since started comprehending the fire profound. After entering the life and death realm, he could enter the state of one with the heavens at any time. This allowed him to raise the fire profound to the completion in half a year. In fact, apart from the space profound and slow profound, all the other profounds Yi Chun had comprehended had reached the completion. They were the metal profound, water profound, wood profound, thunder profound, fast profound, and the earth profound, which he had comprehended from the 5 mountain godly fist. For experienced life and death kings, reaching the completion of 1 or 2 profounds was not difficult. What was difficult was comprehending the profounds to perfection. Yi Chun's comprehension was several times that of ordinary kings. Therefore, in half a year, he had comprehended many profounds to the completion. Water profound and fire profound are diametrically opposed. Senior Fire Emperor actually fused the 2 profounds together and created a peak-grade profound martial skill. The more he researched Merciless Water and Fire, the more astonished Yi Chun became. He had a feeling that once this Merciless Water and Fire was converted into a sword art, its might would be incomparably astonishing. Even if his water and fire profound were only at the completion, the might he could erupt with would not be inferior to ordinary peak-grade profound martial skills. Its might would be several times greater than the Autumn Water Sword Art's third style, Broken Bones. Chapter 9:57. Rumble. On the Spirit Cloud Peak, a huge rock was turned into nothingness by Yi Chen's sword. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. The huge roar was even louder than the thunder in the sky. Water and fire are completely opposite. The power produced is too terrifying. That sword just now was indeed the merciless water and fire. However, it was not at the entry level yet. Currently, Yi Chun could only fuse the profound of water and fire together. Even so, the lethality of this sword could already be seen. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, it was able to burst out 120% of its power. I wonder how terrifying this move will be after it is perfected. Yi Chun admired the Fire Emperor very much. The Fire Emperor's merciless water and fire had already reached perfection. Moreover, they were fused together perfectly. A normal top-rank, profound martial skill would definitely be a few times weaker than the merciless water and fire. Apart from that, the Fire Emperor's glorious sunlight was even more terrifying. It contained 3 profounds, namely the profound of water, fire, and earth. The power that it could burst out was 10 times stronger than the merciless water and fire. Yi Chun guessed that the Fire Emperor's combat power was at least a 6-star advanced. However, thinking about the dead end, Yi Chun's heart sank. The Fire Emperor was so powerful, but he still couldn't break through the dead end. Even if the alien race's combat power hadn't reached 7-star, it should be at least a 6-star overlord. This was also because there weren't any powerful martial artists in Elysium. If there were powerful martial artists, how terrifying would the alien race's martial artists be? Yi Chun couldn't imagine it at all. If we don't leave the world we were born in, we can only live for 1,000 years at most. Our achievements will be limited. If we don't break through the dead end, Elysium will have no future. We will forever be trapped in this world by the alien race's martial artists. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's eyes sharpened. One day, he would walk out of Elysium with a straight back. If people stood in his way, he would kill them. If Buddhas stood in his way, he would kill Buddhas. One man and one sword, he would carve out a future. Someone wants to see you outside. A figure flew over. It was Yi Tianhao. Father. Withdrawing his sharp gaze, Yi Chun smiled. Who wants to see me? He said he came from Dan King Island. Yi Tianhao said, Pill King Island. Yi Chen's brows twitched. Pill King Island was a sacred land that had existed for more than 10,000 years. Everyone there was an alchemist proficient in alchemy. The current master of Pill King Island was not only proficient in alchemy, but he was also a high-step king. People called him the Spirit Dan King. It was rumored that the Spirit Dan King could already refine supreme rank mid-level pellets. His ability was even greater than the previous master. In the main hall of the Yi clan, a yellow-faced middle-aged man dressed in a water and fire Taoist robe sat there drinking tea. On his sleeves, there were 3 blazing cauldrons embroidered. Pill King Island's alchemists had a perfect ranking system. 1 cauldron was a low-grade alchemist, 2 cauldrons were mid-grade alchemists, 3 were high-grade alchemists, and 4 were supreme-grade alchemists. The most powerful supreme-grade alchemists could be called Pill King, such as the current island lord, Spirit Pill King. How should I address you? Yi Chun walked in from the side door of the main hall. You must be the famous Prince Yi Chun. I am Mu He from Pill King Island. The yellow-faced middle-aged man called Mu, he stood up, cupped his fists, and slightly bowed. Any life and death king was worthy of respect. not to mention titled monarchs. Yi Chen waved his hand, and a wave of chi supported him. No need to be so courteous. Sit. As he spoke, Yi Chen sat down first. He secretly sized up Yi Chen, feeling amazed inwardly. The latter was indeed as young as the rumors said. His age seemed to be in his early 20s. A genius of this level was undoubtedly frightening. Who knew how high his future achievements would be? It was entirely possible for him to be unrivaled under the heavens and become the number one in Elysium. No wonder the island lord had sent him personally to invite this person. Sitting down, He cleared his throat and said, "Prince Yi Chen, you should have heard of my Peking Island, right?" Yi Chen nodded. With the fame of Peking Island, I'm afraid everyone has heard of it. Hearing Yi Chen's praise, He faintly smiled and said, "My Peking Island holds a Peking convention every 10 years, inviting kings from all over the world to participate. This is already the 10th year, and it is time for the new Peking convention. Therefore, the island lord has sent me to invite Prince Yi Chen to participate. I hope Prince Yi Chen can spare some time to attend. The Peking convention is about to begin. All right, I will go. Many thanks for the invitation, Spirit Peking. Peking convention, as the name suggested, would have the pellets produced by Peking Island being auctioned. Apart from this, kings from all over the world would also take advantage of the convention to conduct private transactions. This kind of opportunity did not come often. Hearing Prince Yi Chen's words, the island lord must be very happy. He heaved a sigh of relief. If he could not invite Yi Chen, although the island lord would not blame him, he would definitely feel regretful. If you have nothing else to do, you can stay at my Yi clan for a few days. I will go with you to Peking Island. He had come from afar. The Yi clan had to receive him well. He was flattered, but he shook his head and said, "Many thanks for Prince Yi Chen's kindness, but I still have things to do, so I will not disturb you." "All right then." Yi Chen sent him off with his eyes. The Peking convention would be held 7 days later. On the morning of the 7th day, Yi Chen rushed to Peking Island in the Eastern Sea. In the Eastern Sea, there were 2 famous forces. One was the red-eyed black dragon race, and the other was Peking Island. It was unavoidable to run into the black dragon ancestor at the convention this time. But today, Yi Chen did not need to be afraid of the black dragon ancestor anymore. Even if the black dragon ancestor was not weaker than the golden turtle ancestor, Yi Chen was confident that he could escape unscathed. In the distance, Yi Chen could see a huge conical island. In the sky above the island, there was an invisible barrier. Inside the barrier, spirit chi was rolling, forming spirit clouds. There were also multicolored clouds. Yi Chen knew that this was the pill clouds formed by the chi of the pills, which had a very good, nourishing effect on the human body. Living on the Peking Island, even an ordinary person would be immune to all kinds of diseases and have a long lifespan. What a great Peking Island! Yi Chen praised in his heart. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen arrived outside the barrier of Peking Island. Who goes there? On the mountainside of the island, there was a welcoming plaza. On the plaza, numerous martial artists were welcoming life and death kings one after another. Seeing Yi Chen appear, one of the martial artists hurried over. Yi Chen. Yi Chen introduced himself. "So it's Lord Yi Chen." Actually, this martial artist had already recognized Yi Chen the moment he saw him. However, he couldn't neglect his duty. He took out a jade plate and stuck it on the barrier. A light door immediately opened, and the martial artist waved his hand. "Lord Yi Chen, please enter." Entering through the light door, Yi Chen arrived at the plaza. "Where will the Peking convention be held?" Yi Chen asked. "The convention will be held at noon. The location is at the highest point of Peking Island, the Peking Plaza. Lord Yichun, this lowly one will show you around Pill King Island. All right, I'll have to trouble you then. All life and death kings who came to Pill King Island for the first time would be invited around. This was something Yichun knew. This martial artist was called Chang Kuei. He brought Yichun to a huge pond. This is my Pill King Island's waste pellet pond. All the failed pellets are thrown into this pond, and even supreme grade pellets are no exception. After so many years, the pellet chi in the pond has become extremely dense. It's no longer ordinary pond water. The medicinal power is extremely violent. Even if an astral-reaching expert were to drink a mouthful of it, their body would explode, and they would die. Chang Kuei introduced. Yichun nodded. Even if the pellet had failed, the energy would still be there. This pool had been around for countless years, and no one knew how many wasted pellets had been thrown in there. There were way too many different types of pellets, and all kinds of medicinal powers had been mixed together. Not to mention astral-reaching realm warriors. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not dare to drink it. Chang Kuei continued, "Of course, this pond is not just for show. Island Master will use the pond water to refine spirit tree nurturing fluid and some special pellets." Spirit tree nurturing fluid? An astonished expression flickered on Yi Chen's face. His fire pear tree was more than 3,000 years old. Only when it reached 10,000 years old could it be considered a supreme-grade fire pear tree. Furthermore, under the nourishment of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which was 9 times more abundant than the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the time needed for it to evolve into a supreme-grade fire pear tree was 8 or 9 times shorter. However, spirit tree nurturing fluid was different. Mid-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid could be used for 100 years in 1 year. In other words, using mid-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid to nurture a fire pear tree could increase its maturity by 100 years. Peak mid-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid could increase it by 200 years in 1 year. If it were high-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid, it would be even more extraordinary. 1 year could be used for 500 years or even 600 to 700 years. Only 10 years would be needed to turn a several thousand years old fire pear tree into a 10,000-year-old fire pear tree. Yes, spirit tree nurturing fluid contains countless kinds of nutrients. The pond water just happens to meet this characteristic. However, in my Pill King Island, there are only a few people who can refine spirit tree nurturing fluid. Is there any supreme grade spirit tree nurturing fluid? Even the worst supreme grade spirit tree nurturing fluid could increase the maturity of a fire pear tree by 3,000 years in 1 year. In 2 years, it could completely upgrade the fire pear tree to supreme grade. This lowly one doesn't know. There have been in the past, but I don't know if there will be this time. Perhaps during the Pill King Convention, Island Master will take out supreme grade nurturing fluid to auction. Chang Kuei was only an astral reaching expert, so he didn't know much. Seems like coming here was the right choice. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Once the fire pear tree was upgraded to supreme grade, the fire pears it bore could continue to refine his spirit body. Although the spirit body didn't have much of an influence on battle power, its importance was no weaker than cultivation base. The stronger the spirit body was, the stronger the physical defense would be, and the more injuries it could endure. When 2 life and death kings had similar strength, it would depend on who could endure longer. Chapter 958. Apart from the ruined Pill Pond, Pill King Island also had many unique attractions, such as the Spirit Forest, 100 Herb Garden, Rainbow Road, and so on. The spiritual forest was a forest formed by spiritual trees. The spiritual trees inside, from low grade to supreme grade, there were all kinds of spiritual trees. Of course, there was only one supreme grade spiritual tree on Dan King Island. It was the fragrant camphor tree. Cultivating under the fragrant camphor tree, Not only could it have the effect of calming the mind, it could also greatly increase the speed of cultivation. There would not be any phenomenon of unstable foundation. The 100 Herb Garden was similar to the spirit forest in that there were all kinds of spirit plants of different grades. As for the Rainbow Road, it was a very ordinary road. However, on both sides of the road were a large number of alchemy rooms. Pale chi leaked out from these rooms and intertwined with each other, forming multicolored ribbons that looked like rainbows. Thus, it was called the Rainbow Road. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, the sun had already risen to the middle of the sky. Dan King Island was a conical island. Of course, the top was not pointed, but a flat ground with a diameter of a few thousand meters, as if it was carved out by a knife. On the flat ground, there was a palace. In front of the palace, there was a Dan King square paved with 5-colored crystals. Walking on the square, looking down, it was like walking on a 5-colored cloud. The spirit cloud and Dan cloud in the sky were all reflected in it. Neatly arranged seats were rows upon rows of seats. In front of the seats was a long tea table on which were a few plates of fruits, a pot of tea, and a teacup. Many kings had already arrived. Su King is here, and so is Air Emperor. Battle Sky Elephant Emperor and Black Dragon Old Ancestor are actually chatting. They seem to be having a good conversation. Isn't that Blue Cloud Sword Emperor? What a powerful sword chi. Snow Flower Sword Emperor is here as well. His sword chi is not the slightest bit weaker than Blue Cloud Sword Emperor's. TSK. The two sword emperors exchanged a glance. Titled monarchs were the center of attention wherever they went, and kings were no exception. Apart from some titled monarchs who were well known, there were also titled monarchs who didn't usually show their faces. For example, the leader of the 5 Peaks School, one of the 9 great sects of True Spirit Continent, and the leader of the Divine Spear Pavilion, the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor. Of these two titled monarchs, one was steady like a mountain, while the other had a sharp and tyrannical aura. They were two extremes. Among the top 9 martial schools of the True Spirit Continent, the Void Martial School was the strongest, followed by the Hell Martial School, then the 5 Mountain Martial School, and the Godly Spear Pavilion. However, in recent years, the Mountain Emperor and the Sky-Shattering Spear Emperor had rarely shown themselves. Therefore, their names were not that famous. In Elysium, only the top warriors knew of their existence. It's Ancestor Golden Turtle. It's been 60 to 70 years since the last time this old fellow went into seclusion. Haven't you heard? Golden Turtle Old Ancestor came out of seclusion this time and joined the other 5 titled monarchs to go to South Rudra region of True Spirit Continent. They wanted to exterminate Yi clan, but in the end, 3 of them died and 2 of them escaped. Is that so? Since when did this Yi Chen become so powerful? Could it be that he alone could fight against 6 titled monarchs, including the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor? That's not it. Yi Chun had the help of the Demon Flower Emperor and Xian Ho. The 3 of them joined hands and killed 3 of them, beating back the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. Some life and death realm kings talked to each other. Humph! Golden Turtle Old Ancestor snorted. He observed their expressions and knew that these people were talking about him. An unhappy expression appeared on his face as he glared at them. Fearing the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's tyranny, the crowd immediately stopped talking. There were a lot of kings who had arrived. In a short while, 60 to 70 people had already taken their seats, occupying about 1/6 of the Dan King Plaza. As time passed, the number of kings who had arrived became fewer and fewer. There were only 80 of them now, not even 100. However, compared to the past, the number of kings had increased. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, another 3 kings arrived. 1 man and 2 women, Yi Chun, Xianhou, and the Demon Flower Emperor. Seeing the three, the golden turtle old ancestor's expression was extremely interesting. It was as if he had swallowed a dead fly. The three of them are participating in the Dan King conference together. In Elysium, I'm afraid this is the most unbreakable camp. The arrival of the three immediately attracted everyone's attention, most of which were on Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chun had entered the life and death realm this year and belonged to the new generation of kings. A lot of people had never seen him in person, so they were secretly sizing him up, wanting to see what was so special about Yi Chun. The first impression that Yi Chun gave everyone was that he was young, looking like he was in his early 20s. The second impression was that he was calm and steady. The third impression was that he had a sharpness unique to sword artists. His eyes looked ordinary, but they had the power to see through people's hearts. Facing the gazes of so many kings, he was not the least bit reserved. This person is indeed Yi Chun. The snowflake sword emperor sized up Yi Chun, a peerless genius capable of suppressing Marquis. Sword Snow was definitely not an ordinary person. This was his first time seeing Taoist Yi Chun. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, I heard you suffered a big loss at the hands of those three. Is that true? Right at this moment, an untimely voice resounded. Everyone followed the voice and couldn't help but be stunned. The speaker was a titled king of Blood Sky Continent, Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor. Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor, are you looking for trouble? Golden Turtle Old Ancestor glowered at Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor. Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor ignored Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's gaze and said with a smile, "Seems like it's true. Don't worry, I was just casually mentioning it." This Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor seems to be brooding over being slapped away by Golden Turtle Old Ancestor back then. But offending Golden Turtle Old Ancestor is not a wise decision. Some people were secretly sweating for Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor. Humph, don't talk about me, even if you're Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor, Demon Flower Emperor, and Xianhou killed their way to Blood Sky Continent and broke through Terminator Demon Sect's Great Formation. I heard that Nirvana Demon Emperor specially called for your help, but he called the wrong person. I really feel sorry for him. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor took a deep breath and said with a mocking expression, "Hee hee." After the Pill King assembly, let's find a place to chat. Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor grinned, his eyes filled with battle intent. All right, I could slap you away 100 years ago, and I can still do it 100 years later. I'm just afraid that you can't afford to lose face. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor picked up a fruit and fiercely took a bite. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, be careful not to bite your tongue. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Just as Yi Chun and the others sat down, a new king arrived. The one who came was Nirvana Demon Emperor. At this time, Nirvana Demon Emperor seemed to have recovered to his peak, except that in addition to the domineering aura unique to those of the Demon Tao, there was also a thick layer of evil aura. His entire person looked very gloomy. Wherever he went, the heaven and earth Yuan Qi would be chaotic, making people unable to breathe. There's something wrong with this Nirvana Demon Emperor. Yi Chun frowned. The evil aura is so thick. Xianhou nodded. Maybe he cultivated some powerful evil art. Demon Flower Emperor guessed. Chapter 9, 59. What did you say, Demon Emperor Nirvana? Golden Turtle Old Ancestor didn't expect the Great Destruction Demon Emperor to help Zhan Tianxiang Emperor against him and speak rudely. Could it be that he, the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, who had been in seclusion for dozens of years, no longer took him seriously? Yi Chun was like that, Demonic Flower Emperor was like that, Mysterious Queen was like that, and now even Zhan Tianxiang Emperor and Great Destruction Demon Emperor were like that. Nirvana Demon Emperor didn't look at Golden Turtle Ancestor. He smiled at Yi Chun and said, "I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to practice the heaven-abandoning evil art." What heaven-abandoning evil art? Qi Tiandi's unique art, heaven-abandoning evil art. Everyone's expression changed as soon as Nirvana Demon Emperor Nirvana said this. Even Su King, Azure Sky Sword Emperor, and the others frowned and carefully looked at Nirvana Demon Emperor Nirvana. Qi Tiandi was the second titled monarch of the ancient era, and one of the three great monarchs in the history of true spirit world. Rumor has it that his heavenly abandonment evil art was a fusion of his own cultivation technique and a foreign race's cultivation technique. Its might was unprecedented, and its grade had already reached the peak heaven grade. As a peak heaven grade cultivation technique, the Zhen Yuan cultivated by heavenly abandonment evil art was incomparably powerful and could easily penetrate the defense of kings of the same realm. Although they didn't believe that Nirvana Demon Emperor Nirvana had practiced the heaven-abandoning evil art to the highest level, as long as it was almost there, it would have terrifying destructive power. So it's the heaven-abandoning evil art. No wonder he recovered so quickly. Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor suddenly realized that Qi Tiandi was a cripple in his early years. His soul was also flawed, and he was laughed at for being imbecile. This Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul was seriously injured, and only Qi Tiandi could help him recover to his peak. Otherwise, treasures alone wouldn't be able to help him recover so quickly. Soul injuries were not that easy to heal. "You don't have to thank me. I always like to help others." Yi Chen's expression didn't change as he smiled. "Hee, it seems like you and I are the same type of person. I, Nirvana Demon Emperor, also enjoy helping others." Nirvana Demon Emperor put on a fake smile and looked very sinister. Impudent. The Golden Turtle Ancestor had never been ignored before, and the Nirvana Demon Emperor had touched his reverse scale. Suddenly standing up, the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor looked at the Nirvana Demon Emperor with an unfriendly expression. As long as the other spoke rudely again, he would kill the other even if he was injured. "Great Ancestor Golden Turtle, you can't do anything to me." Nirvana Demon Emperor shook his head. Courting death. With a flash of golden light, Golden Turtle Ancestor appeared in front of Nirvana Demon Emperor in an instant and clawed at him. "If you want to compete in claw techniques, I'll keep you company." Nirvana Demon Emperor curled his fingers and attacked with his claw. Crackle! The Dan King Plaza was covered in countless restrictions, which could prevent them from being destroyed. However, the shock waves from the exchange between the two were too powerful. A huge amount of restrictions were immediately broken through, letting out endless explosive sounds. Some of the weaker life and death kings hurriedly flew away from the plaza to avoid being accidentally injured. Boom! The two of them each retreated a dozen steps. The finger of the Void Destruction Demon Emperor was twisted in a strange manner. It was obvious that the bones in his finger had been broken. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was not in a good condition either. There was a bone-deep claw mark on the back of his hand. The claw mark was extremely sharp and shocking, as if it contained a powerful claw technique. Sky-abandoning claw. Impossible. Even if it is sky-abandoning claw, you can't train it to this level in such a short time. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor looked down at the claw mark on the back of his hand. It was unbelievable. He knew how high his defense was. Under normal circumstances, Nirvana Demon Emperor would not be able to hurt him at all. Sky-abandoning claw has 5 styles, and this is only the first style. Your luck is not bad. I just learned the first style. If I had learned a few more styles, you would be several times more miserable than you are now. Activating the undying body, the Nirvana Demon Emperor's twisted fingers quickly recovered. He sneered, his evil chi soaring into the sky. You think the first style of sky-abandoning claw can stop me from killing you? Don't be naive. The golden turtle great ancestor roared. His body expanded rapidly, and he was about to transform into his original form and crush the Nirvana demon emperor. However, at this moment, a voice was heard. Golden turtle great ancestor, Nirvana demon emperor, stop now. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you out of Pilking Island. Inside the palace, a middle-aged man with a long beard walked out and yelled, Spirit Pilking. Many people bowed. Su King and the other titled monarchs also faintly nodded. Humph! The golden turtle great ancestor stopped expanding and returned to his seat. The Nirvana demon emperor sneered and sat beside John Tian elephant emperor. The two seemed to be afraid of the Spirit Pill King and didn't want to go against his will. The people present didn't show any strange expression. The Spirit Pill King wasn't very strong, just a high-level monarch. However, the Spirit Pill King's status in Elysium was very high. Whoever dared to touch him would be going against all the monarchs in the world. Without the Spirit Pill King, there wouldn't be a decennial Pill King conference, and without the conference, they wouldn't have the chance to obtain supreme rank pellets. It should be known that ever since the Pill King Island came into existence, the conference had never stopped. It wasn't that there weren't people who dared to touch the Pill King Island and the Spirit Pill King, but they all died miserably. For the monarchs in the world, the Pill King Island was the holy land of alchemy. In addition, there was a shadow of a 6-star monarch behind the Pill King Island. Although no one dared to confirm it, no one dared to risk their lives. Seeing the two stop, the Spirit Pill King didn't mention it again. Instead, he walked towards Yi Chun with enthusiasm and said with a smile, You must be Yi Chun. I've heard a lot about you. Yi Chun stood up. I've heard a lot about you, Spirit Pill King, and the Pill King Conference. Supreme rank pellets were extremely useful for life and death kings. In the entire Elysium, only the Spirit Pill King could concoct supreme rank pellets. It should be known that the value of supreme rank pellets was dozens or hundreds of times that of supreme rank spiritual plants, because each pellet was concocted from countless supreme rank spiritual plants or treasures. One could easily imagine how precious they were. The two exchanged pleasantries. Seeing that it was getting late, the Spirit Pill King said, The Pill King Conference is about to begin. I won't disturb you anymore. Walking to the front of the crowd, there was a long wooden table. The Spirit Pill King stood behind it, facing the crowd. Everyone, the new Pill King Conference is about to begin. I'm very happy. This time, there are more kings than the previous ones. It means that my Pill King Island's Pill King Conference is quite attractive. Hee, Spirit Pill King, don't joke around. The most attractive thing in Elysium is the Pill King Conference. However, there are not many who can afford supreme rank pellets. This time, I only dared to come because I obtained a treasure. A king laughed. The Spirit Pill King also laughed. There are too many monks and not enough gruel. It is destined that some people will return empty-handed. However, as the Hand Refiner King said, it doesn't matter if you don't have supreme rank spirit stones. If you have treasures, you can participate in the auction as well. According to the value of the treasures, I will give a rough estimate. Of course, it would be best if you don't take out treasures that I have never heard of. Otherwise, I won't be able to estimate it. Clearing his throat, the Spirit Pill King said, Seriously, cut the crap. The Pill King Conference officially begins. As he spoke, the Spirit Pill King took out a small jade box from his storage ring and opened it. Inside was a Longan-sized pellet. A layer of lustrous radiance spread out the moment the box was opened. Even from far away, everyone smelled it and felt the Zhen Yuan in their body becoming restless. This is an extreme rank yuan increasing pellet. It can increase cultivation base by 50 years. The starting price is 1 million supreme rank spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 50,000. Closing the box, the Spirit Pill King said loudly, "It is actually an extreme rank yuan increasing pellet. It has never appeared in the last conference. My mental state has improved recently, and I can now contain more Zhen yuan. I have to get it." Some of the kings were tempted. I bid 1,100,000 supreme rank spirit stones. The first one to bid was the Hand Refiner King, who was joking with the Spirit Pill King. I bid 1,200,000, 1,300,000, 1,500,000, 1,500,000. The extreme rank yuan increasing pellet was still quite popular, but it was not very popular. There were only a dozen people who participated in the bidding, and the price gradually increased to 50,000. 1,700,000. Yichen raised his hand. You can still increase cultivation base. The Demon Flower Emperor asked curiously. She was already shocked that Yichen could increase his cultivation base to more than 1,000 years. She did not expect that this was still not his limit. More or less. Actually, Yichen did not know where his limit was. 50 years of cultivation base was just a drop in the bucket, but it was better than nothing. 1,700,000 going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. The Spirit Pill King looked at Yichen. Yichen, this extreme rank yuan increasing pellet is yours. After the conference, we will trade. All right. Yichen nodded. At the same time, many people glanced at Yichen. They had the same doubts as the Demon Flower Emperor. As for the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, he looked at Yichen with a trace of fear. He had never heard of someone who could increase his cultivation base to more than 1,000 years after entering life and death realm in less than a year. It was like a bottomless pit. The second pellet is the Battle Monarch pellet. This is a pellet that can increase one's battle power for a short period of time. According to my estimation, this pellet can increase the battle power of a mid-step king by several times, increase the battle power of a high-step king by 50%, and increase the battle power of a peak king by 20%. However, it should not be of much use to titled monarchs. All right, the starting price of the Battle Monarch pellet is 1,200,000 supreme rank spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 50,000. The Spirit Pill King took out a radiant golden pellet and said loudly, 1,300,000, 1,400,000, 1,800,000. In the end, this Battle Monarch pellet was bought by a high-step king called the Swift Wind King for 2 million supreme rank spirit stones. After obtaining it, the Swift Wind King's face was full of joy. He was a high-step king. Once he swallowed the Battle Monarch pellet, his battle power would increase by 50%. What kind of concept was this? It could save his life at a crucial moment. Next, several more pellets were auctioned, and each of them had an astonishing price. It was no wonder that many kings did not participate in the Pill King convention. Being able to see it, but not obtain it, was undoubtedly a painful thing. The 8th pellet is an ancient pellet that I've researched for the past 10 years. It's called the 3-revolution body refining pellet. That's right, this pellet can enhance the spirit body. According to my estimation, it should be equivalent to an 8,000-year-old heavenly fiend fire spirit fruit. Everyone should know that a 10,000-year-old heavenly fiend fire spirit fruit can increase one's spirit body from 5th step to 6th step, and an 8,000-year-old heavenly fiend fire spirit fruit has about 30% of its medicinal effect. The starting price is 5 million supreme rank spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 100,000. Let's begin. The Spirit Pill King looked forward with a faint smile. In his eyes, the majority of titled monarchs became fervent